design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile National Championship for 2022. This, of course, being the Middle East Africa Wildcard Edition. Of course, my name is DK and I'm joined by none other than Mr. Crowns. How are you doing today?
Man, I'm doing all right. I'm pumped. I'm excited. How are you doing today, DK?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, so excited to see what all our teams are going to be doing. Who's going to be rising to the occasion and ensuring themselves a few of those slots moving into the next season of PMPL. So I think there's going to be quite a bit on the table here, as we've already seen, right? The teams playing through the group stages, playing through those semi-finals to make it all the way to here.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a long process, coming all the way from the in-game qualifiers. And now these teams have battled it out here in the finals where they have to, battle for the way to make it straight into the pro stage. Man, it's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of work. And of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking. So be sure to hit us up on social media. You'll see all the links just down below. Of course, you can hit us up on Facebook, on YouTube, as well as on Instagram. And I think there's even a Twitter, right? So there's quite a few places where you can get hold of us and, tag us in the post. Tell us what you think. Who do you think is going to be the team to sit at the top of the log at the end of today's matches? We'll be taking a look at who's going to be competing in a short moment. But in the meantime, be sure to hit us up. Of course, you can also head over to TikTok and, get involved.
Yeah, no, I was even told that if you stay active enough in the chat, you might actually get a chance to get shout out actually on the stream here if you're able to answer some of our trivia questions correctly.
Yeah, well, speaking about trivia questions, right? Of course, we need to give a big shout out to our sponsor as well, which is none other than Oppo. So where the trivia question comes in is, Crowds, did you know that with only 5 minutes of charging, you can get 2 hours of gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G?
Well, now I did not know that. Now that you pointed out, that is facts.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we were talking a little bit off camera. You said, just how amazing it could be. You play a quick match, you got those 5 minutes in between, you quickly pop your phone back on charge. 2 more hours to go, right? So there's quite a few opportunities for these teams. And of course, we are so privileged to have Oppo being a part of this event as they've been contributing to all the amazing PUBG action we've been seeing. But of course, speaking about action, we are going to be taking a quick look at our format as well, just to remind the viewers as to what to be expecting come for these next few days of the finals.
Exactly, and we've actually started, like I said, from the in-game qualifiers down to the group stage. We've seen the players battle it out in the semi-finals, and now we are into the grand finals, which thankfully for many of these teams is not going to be, or actually for all of these teams, is not going to be a one-day thing. For the group stages, it's been one-day stuff. Semi-finals, just 4 games, but this grand finals, they actually get the luxury of matches, which means, if you actually mess it up today, there's tomorrow you could, get yourself back on track.
Yeah, speaking about tomorrow, of course, we need to take a look and see what, the whole schedule is like, the prize pool and all of that. And of course, at the end of the day, right, aside from the slots, the teams are also then paying for their share of our amazing prize pool, which is, of course, $30,000. With that pole position, walking away with $9,000. Second place, it drops down a little bit more, right? We get into $4,000. Of course, it makes its way all the way down to 16th place, which is worth $600. But also, as we then can see on the screen, the MVP then also picking up an additional $600.
Yeah, exactly. MVP $600, but I'm going to say this again. I said it before. The most paying team in this whole tournament at the end of the finals is going to be that second place team. And it's going to be more painful if it's just down to 1 point, because we know it's PUBG Mobile, right? 1 point could actually lead to you, being in second place or first place. And imagine when 1 point costs you from getting, $9,000. That's $5,000 difference.
Yeah, speaking about points, of course, this is how the teams can ensure that they get to where they're aiming to get, right? Of course, as we know, our tried and tested point system right here, first place being with 15 points, it trickles all the way down to that 13th to 16th position, which is then worth a big fat donut. But of course, as we are then going to be moving on to see what the teams will be bringing in, right? We do have that 1 point per elimination that is going to be assigned to them as well. So, if they don't necessarily get those crazy placement points, get aggressive, right? That's one additional way to ensure that you can lock in a few more points.
Yeah, and I know a couple of teams that are coming in from the PM that, they have that aggressive prowess. Like, they're all here for just aggression, and that's something that we always, ask for the team. But you talk about aggressiveness, we would also not stop to talk about consistency. You can be aggressive on one map, but that you have to consistently and continuously show that, you've got what it takes on all the games. Because, from this point, it doesn't get any easier. They're going pro.
Yeah, well, hopefully, right? That's the aim. That's the goal of the National Championship, is to see where the teams are going to be going. But of course, we've already spoken about, the journey that these teams have been on, working their way through the group stages, working their way through the semifinals. And now we are going to be taking a look at a few of the highlights to see just to showcase a few of those amazing moments leading up to today.
Exactly, man. And I keep saying it. There's unfortunately a couple of teams did not make it here, but when it comes to aggression, I feel like that is something that the PMNC teams out here are not even lacking, man. We've seen many of these teams, the likes of Honored Souls, Brute Force. These are teams that we've seen them actually show that aggressive prowess, and showed us that they've got what it takes.
Yeah, but, we're only going to find out how the teams are going to be faring once they meet up with the competition, right? So they've only now had the opportunity to play against other teams on a very similar kind of level to them. But this is what's so fantastic about the National Championship, is that the teams have that opportunity to showcase their talents against some defending teams. And of course, we'll be getting into who those are in just a short few moments. But of course, looking at the performances that we've had come through, there's some very deserving slots that have already been awarded to the teams to make it up into the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. And, and this is not just something that, we would have seen normally. We saw a couple of individual beauty, or how do I say? We saw a lot of individual beauty coming through from many of these teams, and there's a couple of, slip-ups from some teams. I remember this Miramar match just on the screen, but, there were a couple of slip-ups and, individual brilliance, exactly, is what I was about to say. And, we saw a lot of that come through in the groups, the semi-finals. And now heading into the finals, I know we're even going to be seeing even better, given that we're adding, some of the PMPL teams from both regions.
Yeah, well, as we know, of course, the teams that are sitting in those higher level events, of course, have had a lot of opportunity to really refine their skills. But what's also so exciting looking at these new faces, right, is that they bring quite a bit of excitement with them, right? That additional level of uncertainty. And this is what makes it so exciting, is the opportunity for teams to bring in that new blood, right? To change up the dynamic, the meta, to bring in that extra little bit of a shift. And in doing so, it keeps everyone on their toes.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like many of the teams here, especially the ones from the PMPL, actually have to be on their toes. And, when we start to talk about PMPL, you guys are hearing us talking about that PMPL a lot. And then we get to see the teams that are actually in the tournament. So you can see what PMPL teams is DK and Crown's talking about. Let us see those teams, and we'll let you know exactly what teams we've been talking about, as we have the full 20 teams that will be participating in the finals over the next couple of days.
Yep, and it's quite the list, as we can see teams qualifying in from the Middle East region, qualifying in from the Africa region. Of course, all those teams played in the same event, right, as we know. And then, of course, we got our respective defenders coming through from PMPL Africa as well as PMPL Arabia. So there is definitely going to be that level of pride coming through from the defending PMPL teams, right, because they want to make it back into that next season. And I'm pretty sure they're going to try their best to ensure that they could potentially secure those slots. But as we know, there's only limited slots available. And that's what makes it so exciting, is because the teams, really have to grind so hard to ensure that they will be stepping into PMPL come 2023.
Yeah, exactly. And when we start to talk about, all of these teams that are here to defend, we speak about the PMPL teams. These guys are here to show like, oh, we do not want to miss out on the PMPL next year. So we actually want to get back into the PMPL. And, but then there's a couple of the PMNC teams that I know are going to be giving them a run for their money. When we look at the likes of Brute Force, the likes of Honored Souls, these are teams that have put in that consistency. But man, when we look at the PMPL side, we've got Desert Flame, we've got Blackjack Esports, and Team Darkness. These are teams that, they've got what it takes to actually defend their position.
Yeah, 100% agree with you on that. And of course, speaking about defending, let's take a look at today's schedule to see what our map rotation will be and just where all our teams will need to defend against whom, as we of course got our first match starting off with Group A, B, C, and D. After that, we shift out Group A, then we shift out Group C, we shift everything up, right? So each team will have an opportunity to sit out on one match. Pretty similar to what we saw in the old PMPL kind of league stage, right? With teams kind of, sitting out one of those matches. So either which way, all the teams will have that opportunity to play at least their 4 games here for today.
Yeah, and this is where the structure and the schedule actually starts to play, because all of these teams now, they have to do research on so many other teams and have to shuffle out how they play each game, right? And when we look at the groups now, the teams that are in your group, and then you just want to keep your eye out on every other team that is in the tournament, so you can just tell what team you'll be watching out for and what team you would be close to, how you're going to plan your rotations.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is going to be quite a bit of planning that needs to be made here. But as we know, right, then we are going to be taking yet another look at another graphic, right? Because, I mean, this is what I like about the pregame, right? We've got so much information available to share with our viewers. And, of course, for those who were wondering, we are going to be starting over on Erangel, heading into Murmur before we jump into that extra little bit of Sanhok. And then we close it back up again, right? Heading right back into Murmur. And then, of course, the final match is going to be none other than Erangel.
I think it's going to be a joy for, all of these teams today, because knowing that there's only one Sanhok game. I know Sanhok is an absolute nightmare for so many of these teams. And, like having just Sanhok played once, that is something that all of these teams will be happy to, play, and then we'll be closing things on a lighter note on the Erangel map, the holy grounds of Erangel, where we like to close things up. So I think it's a nice map rotation coming through.
Yeah, it is going to be quite exciting to see what the teams will do. But what I like about this rotation is that the teams have the opportunity to rectify any mistakes that they feel that they've made in their approaches, right? So, I mean, it's great. It's phenomenal. And we're going to be starting it off with it's almost a sandwich, but it doesn't really qualify. We do have a little bit of that greenery in the middle. Maybe it's one of the special sandwiches. Who knows, right? But it is going to be exciting, though, to see what our teams will be bringing out. Now, I mean, before we get into our very first game of the day, what is there anything in particular that you are going to be looking to see have happen on this very first day of the grand finals?
Yeah, actually, on the very first day, one thing I would expect to see is for many of these teams to play it slow. I know, many teams have done their research to this point, but when we get to this point, it becomes a situation of how well did my research work, because there's going to be a dynamic play coming through from every one of the team. I mean, PUBG Mobile is a very dynamic game, right? So you play the first day a little bit quiet, try to see how your opponents are playing, if anything has changed from the last time you saw them play, and then on day 2 you come in with all of them. So I expect a little bit of cautious play coming through from many of the teams today, more observant rather than going all out into the tournament.
Well, I like to describe that a little bit like a litmus test, right? The teams are going to be testing the water, trying to see, just trying to get a feel for what the approach is, right? What the mentality, the rhythm is for this very first day. So, yes, I think you're 100% correct in saying that, teams are going to be just trying to see what to do. And then once they have found that comfortability, right, that strat that they think will work, I think that's when we're going to see things really get dialed on up. And who knows, we might see that as soon as our second Miramar map.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just the thing, right? So many teams work on momentum, and that's something we've actually seen in the PMNC semifinals. We see a couple of those PMNC teams that work on momentum. They get early elimination starting off into the game, and then they just build up on that elimination count as the game keeps going on. Because PUBG Mobile, you just get that sudden rush and chill the instant you start to get those eliminations. When you're already going into zone 2 with like 5 eliminations on the team, you are feeling pumped.
Yeah, I mean, 5 elims is a very justifiable amount, right? A very achievable point for anyone really to acquire right here. But of course, let's take one last look at our groups before we jump into our very first match. Of course, we can see over in Group A, we've got Honored Souls Federalians, we got Smash Team as well as Stalwart UAE. Over in Group B, we got the Brute Force 911, as well as Desert Flame, and of course 90th Minute. Group C consists of the X Team, Hive Mind, Wave Esports, and Team GQ. We got the players there from Ocean on Fire, Black Devil Esports, Darkness, and Virtual Gaming Squad over in Group D. And then, of course, our final group is going to be one round, as well as the High 4DZ, High 4Ds. Yeah. Right, let's go for that one. As well as Mad Knight. And then, of course, Legends of War to close it up. So, I mean, yeah, we have some familiar names, some familiar faces in here. But as we know, a few of the teams have also gone through a little bit of a shuffle with regards to, their rosters and teams that are going to be participating.
Yeah, and that's also another thing I'm looking forward to seeing is those roster changes that will be coming through. I wouldn't expect to see much coming through from the PMNC teams, but when we start to look at those teams that come out the PMPL, we're going to be definitely seeing a whole lot of new names, new talent, and that's where I start talking about where the dynamic comes through. Because the last time you saw Desert Flame playing, they had A, B, and C playing, but today they're probably going to have another player playing, and then you're like, oh, what does this player to Desert Flame? How do they play with this? So that's where, all of these teams will have to they'll have to keep themselves on their toes all the time. And man, seeing that there's at least one PMPL team in every single group is actually nice to see. And there are some groups that are looking like, terror,
Yeah, but that's what we want, right? We want the terror, we want the upsets. And of course, we want to see what our teams are going to be doing. And just to remind everyone, they're of course playing for their share of that prize pool as well. And here's the quick breakdown, right? It starts with a grand total of $30,000 prize pool. First place starting on $9,000, trickling down all the way to $600 for that 16th position. And of course, then our MVP. Now, we've seen a few potential contenders rise up for that MVP slot, right? But regardless of performance, and regardless of what we've seen happen in the semi-finals and what could potentially be happening in the grand finals, who would you say is your MVP?
Man, I'm keeping my eye out for one of the players there from Honored Souls. I know like they are a team that is very good altogether, but as much as I'd like to say Honored Souls, I'd like to say 4YO is a player out there, Brute Force, and I know that team. That player is actually very, very amazing. We saw him on the Miramar game. That player was able to get close to 7 eliminations all on his own in the Miramar game, and then they had about 16 elimination points, finished in 3rd. That was a very crazy performance coming through from them. So I'm keeping my eye out on Brute Force and Honored Souls, particularly 4YO on Brute Force, because I know that player and I know what he is capable of doing.
I mean, well, that sounds pretty exciting. And of course, just to remind our viewers again, we are going to be jumping into match number 1 with Group A, B, C, D, and E, followed up by Group A sitting on the first one. But of course, that first game coming through for Group E, all right? And then from there on, it's pretty much anything goes because every team has had the opportunity to get nice and warmed up. But as I've said before, I think from around about match 4, that is where we are going to be seeing a few of those potential upsets come in. And I think what's a good approach for these teams is the sooner they really get down to business, the better opportunity they might have, right? The more security and potential longevity they could have holding a strong position.
Yeah, exactly. And, when we start to talk about strong positions, we're looking at teams like Desert Flame Esports, We know this is one of those teams that are very aware of how the game goes. They're very aware of the map. They know how their rotation is. They've got that nipped in the bud. So, that is a team that I'm keeping my eye out for. And, we have them playing the first game too. X Team is a team that I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll play today because, seeing the way, I tell you, fun thing about X Team, coming through from the group stages, they made it by the hair on their teeth. Literally, the last game was what took them into the semifinals. And then they got into the semifinals. The one match that got them into the final was a winner chicken dinner with 1 elimination. On the Miramar game, they had one player survive for them. He got the final elimination of today, and that alone pushed them into the top 3 to bring them into the finals. So I would say X Team is that team that knows when to pull up. They know when to, you know, step up to the challenge. So I'm trying to see today, would they start off on that strong note, or would they go on and decide to show us exactly what they're made of in the last day?
I mean, we're going to find out really, really soon, right? As we know, the engines are warming up. All the players are taking their seats, ensuring that their trays are in the upright position alongside with their chairs, right? They've all got their parachutes buckled in, or at least we hope so. And we're going to find out soon enough where our very first flight path will be taking us. That's actually a really good question. The producer just asked me, is it economy or business? If you look at a plane, right, that you jump out of, there aren't any seats aside from the pilot, right? It's just open, right? So you're just going to get up and jump on out. So curious to see if that was the first time that I actually had that question being asked. So well done on that one. But what are you wanting to see with regards to flight path come into this match, Crowns?
Oh, I actually want to see a forgiving flight path, not gonna lie, because it's the first game. Let's just start it off nicely. But when we talk about the zone, strike me with the military base zone. I want it. You know, I'm all for that violence. If it's not a military base zone, I want to see an opening in that open Gatka area fields, because that is where, you know, we start to see players get all into the ground and play with so much strategy.
Well, as we know, of course, we need to welcome everyone to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5-minute charging, 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022. And of course, there's no time to wonder where that flight path is going to be going. We can see it now starting over onto the southeastern side of the zone with a few early jumpers, of course, as to be expected. But what I'm more interested in seeing in this one, Crowns, is just where exactly it's heading, right? It does seem like it's venturing into somewhere towards the north.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we're heading towards the waters of Severity, starting all the way from the waters of Nova Repnonye. It's pretty much forgiving. And, you know, someone's asking where are the players seated? Currently, I and DK are the only ones who are seated in that business class. Every other team out here is fighting for the top 8 teams that will, because we only have slots for 8 teams here in business class. So the final top 5 teams from Africa and top 3 teams from Middle East at the end of the finals will come join us out here in business class as we fly all the way to the PMPL Spring 2023. But let's talk PMNC. Playing path, as we were saying, it's not very harsh. It's quite forgiving, which I like.
Yeah, I mean, so you made your wish. It was granted, right? I'm not going to make any wishful zone. I know you said you wanted a melee kind of shift. I mean, it's not the worst, though. It is kind of inclusive of that melee position, if I'm being honest. But I actually like where it went, right? It moved over towards that eastern side, and that is going to bring a nice bit of an upset, because the teams now had an opportunity to just take that breather. You know, it's like, whew, right, cool flight path. We can get to where we need to go. And then the zone pops, and it's like, oh, man.
we thought we were having a run with it. Well, unfortunately, it's not going to be the case. I do like the fact that many of these teams are giving that little respect factor to each other, something that I did expect to see. I do see a little bit of color clusters all across the board, but, you know, everyone does look to be fine. No one's quite landing on each other. Players are close to themselves, but, you know, I like the fact that all of these teams were able to look at the fact that they have Erangel all to themselves. Erangel is the map everybody knows, so, you know, there's enough space for everybody, and the players are actually utilizing that for their team space.
Yeah, now we want to see where the teams are going to be looking to rotate up towards. Of course, you were talking about the X team in that pre-game, and they are going to be making their rotation up in towards Katka. But as we look a little bit closer onto that western side of the zone itself, right, we do see Ocean on Fire getting caught in a very interesting position. It does seem like they have a bit of a, 3-1 split? I mean, definitely it is going to be Bengal right here on their very own. And if they get rushed at this point, right, I mean, that is going to deal a little bit of a blow into the team. But I'm pretty sure Ocean on Fire will be able to bounce back from that. And of course, one of the teams that we saw play in PMPL Africa is none other than Desert Flame Esports. So I'm expecting some great things to come through in today's matches.
Yeah, and speaking of Desert Sport, I did notice that Flacco is not on that team. Makes me just keep my eye actually on them for a while because now I want to see Flacco Taco. We know to be the IGL of that squad, and now him not playing on the team. Let's see just how well Desert Flame is going to play. Maybe they have like a new IGL in the game. That is something that I'm keeping my eye out to see just how well that team is going to play.
Yeah, well, as we know, all right, it is going to be game on, but where will that first altercation come through? Of course, Darkness is also one of those teams that we know all the way from PMPL. So I want to see what their rotations will bring on through, where they're going to be looking to push in towards. And I mean, it does seem like the roster is pretty similar to what I remember. Of course, we do see Godlike in there. We've got the Tatsumaki in alongside the rest of the players. But as we look down to the Millie base, of course, this is where things could get quite interesting, right? Because, I mean, we've got Why Not? And the rest of the crew now going about their business, just looking for a little bit of a, just to explore the area, trying to see what's here and there and everywhere else in between.
Stalwart MEA landing in that military base. I find it, them alongside with the players there from actually, Stalwart landing there, I find that to be a very ballsy move. It takes kind of balls to land in the military island because when you're on that military island, you start to think about how you want to make it to the mainland. And then there's two bridges which you can pass. We can see the western bridge, we have hive minds just kind of keep it, and on this eastern bridge we have desert flames, which means these teams making it out of the island, making it to the mainland. That's where they're going to be running into a lot of problems. And one thing we always talk about is getting caught up on rotation, and that's something that many of these teams do not want.
Yeah, but I mean, you were mentioning Desert Flame just then towards that bridge, right? Now, that is a very comfortable position for them because that's a drop location. And fortunately for them, that also happens to be relatively centered within the zone. As we now look over on towards 6, they are just exploring the area. Of course, can't venture all too far because we do have the players from Darkness just north of this position. We see them on the side of the screen there. So again, right there, it's going to be a little bit of a competition to see who can secure themselves the best compound along the way.
Yeah, exactly. And many of these teams, I like the fact that Desert Flame, right now they're getting comfortable. They like to start the game. They like to play close to the center of the circle, and that circle just landing quite close to them. It means they have the chance to get comfortable in their drop location and find their way out of their drop location quite comfortably.
Yeah, so definitely not expecting too much of an upset come through on that end. But I mean, if we know this information, it means that the opposing teams also have that exact same amount of info, right? Because we've got no special privileges, right? We just do our research like any of these teams would. But now we look to see what the teams are going to be doing with regards to their positioning within the zone and who's going to look to try and get themselves really well situated. Of course, we've got the players here from 90th minute also now situated very, very well towards the eastern edge. It does seem like they are relatively uncontested towards this multi-power area. But again, right, they don't have the luxury to really relax because if they venture too far, they could run into Shroud and the rest of the squad, of course, positioned on that southern edge. We could see Darkness looking to expand, but we are yet to see the teams on the outlying areas commit to a particular position within the zone.
Yeah, exactly. And, so for many, and I think this is where we start to see many of those teams that like to edge side of the circle, right? Maybe like Wavy Sports, Blackjack Esports. These are teams that they take their time to get comfortable with the loot, try to get as much utilities in their drop locations, and then they start that rotation. The instance the blue zone starts to cover them. So, that these are the teams that I'm keeping my eye out for. Seeing that Wavy Sports just making their way out of the Jojo Pole crates is something now that I'm keeping my eye to see that, okay, so that means that team probably wants to play from the edge of the circle. So nice to see Virtual Gaming Squad also out there on the top northern side of the circle. Blackjack Esports just crawling in. We can see that a couple of teams might be running into each other. The rotational cluster is definitely inevitable, and I'm looking forward to seeing many of those happen out there on that western edge of the circle.
Yeah, but I'm expecting a little bit of that tranquility to come through still for the rest of the zone. I think only when we hit about between zone 2 and zone 3, that is where things are going to get quite tough. Because also take into consideration that where the zone is shifted towards, also a lot of that space is occupied by water, right? So they are limited with their playable area. But it's interesting to see the players here from Team GQ actually spending so much time out here in the blue to sipping on some blue juice. They've got quite a bit of range to cover. I mean, 2.3 kilometers, that's not going to be an easy rotation.
Yeah, and thankfully they have vehicles, and I feel like at this point they'll probably be searching for gas cans because you're gonna need a lot of them when you're trying to make it over into the circle. Because you don't want to be in a situation where you're rotating through, probably trying to make it through some teams, because rotating late is gonna make you actually run into some teams, and then you start to run out of gas. And Blackjack Esports already losing a lot of HP as they make their way to the circle. Hopefully they're able to get as much util, or they have as much meds to boost themselves back to full HP.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Phonics, MG, and the rest of the crew there from Blackjacks are going to be doing. But now we do have that zone shifting up once again, and it has stayed on that eastern side, as we can see it being quite limited. And the team's running out of playable area. A big portion of that zone now being positioned out within that blue zone. But of course, the players here from Smash Team, they are not going to be deterred. Instead, they're going to be looking to be quite preemptive with their rotation, heading across the way on towards that main island. But they're moving into dangerous territories. We can see so many teams already occupying the available area.
And, looking at Smash Team here, looking at Lee Louch being on that squad, Lee Louch, a player that we used to see in Blackjack Esports. And this is what we started to talk about when we started talking about, how the teams would switch up, how the roster changes might be affecting. So, seeing Lee Louch here on the Smash Team, even Elias, a player that we used to see around the Team Umbra, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit of a car failure over there. But, yeah, seeing the switches coming in through, and Blackjack Esports now no Lee Louch on the squad. They've got the Beast and Zeke in the squad, and these are upsets that we're looking forward to. But DK, if I'm going to talk about the biggest upset, it's going to be that southern shift that we just saw on that zone.
Yeah, it is going to keep things pretty hot and contentious, maybe even a little bit sweaty and spicy as well. But I mean, the teams keeping it quite cautious, right? We haven't seen any major altercations come through. No one really bumping heads just yet. The team's being very respectable with regards to the available area. But it's only going to be a matter of time until that too then flies out the window. And it's all down to, who will get that first hit and potentially start the snowball effect that I'm anticipating.
Yeah, and this is gonna happen faster than we would have expected. Given the fact that we have about 40% water and 60% land in the zone, that is where all of this starts to get crazy. There's not enough land to accommodate all of these teams. Currently, 63 players in the game. That is not enough space, not enough land for all of these teams, as they will be finding themselves in all of those skirmishes as we start to get through. And teams that started rotation late, this is where it's not going to pay out for them at all, because they have to look for space in this new circuit.
I mean, I guess it depends on what your strategy is with regard to rotation. I mean, sometimes the late rotation could actually be a very big brain play to make, right? You're going to come in as a cleaning crew, just picking up, all the crumbs that are left on the edge of that zone. But for the time being, it does seem like the players here from 90th minute, right? They're not going to be worrying whatsoever about an edge position. Instead, they've moved to a very centralized area. But looking at the terrain that they have to work with here, I mean, it does provide them some cover, but I expect quite a bit of a contentious position coming through now.
Yeah, exactly. And with all of these fights going on the Muter shoreline, definitely not inevitable. Because and I was going to say this, right? As an IGL, seeing this type of zone, that the only thing in your mind is, I've got to get to the shoreline. If you're on the shorelines, you know that you're safe. No team is probably going to swim out from the water. The Muta shorelines are higher than normal, so even if anyone swims out of the water, they cannot shoot at you. And you can just see that all of those teams are finding their way to that rotation. And man, 90th minutes, making their way on there, impressive to see.
Yeah, and of course we have that mass migration coming through. But now the zone takes a bit of a swing. It does center up on pretty much the area all these teams have been looking to cram themselves in towards. And we don't see anyone situated down on that Sosnovka Island. We don't see anyone towards the north really being too far away from this next playable area. But this is going to result in quite a bit of carnage. We can see the players here from Wave experiencing that firsthand. It is going to be the Yaha now getting shot here as Ilias pops in with a slow titty tap. That Mini 14, right? Even though it's single fire, that thing is devastating in the right hands.
I tell you, the damage on that gun is on another level, and this is where we start to talk about how the players get used to the new meta. You know, using the variety of weapons that we have in the game. You know, seeing players now use those DMRs. Hang on a minute, what is going on here? King Darkness running straight into the side here of Blackjack Esports. Not gonna be the best of ideas as one of their players does get down to the action, but here comes the rest of the squad. As now they start to pull in. The aggressiveness is coming in. Blackjack Esports having their fun on this side here. On the meter, self-made gonna take down Godlike, and Blackjack Esports is definitely Christmas coming in early for them. As they will come in for the full wipe up. Oops. Back to the lobby.
What a push that was coming through from Blackjack. I mean, they just cleaned the house and, you know, just got rid of the darkness, shining the light on the possibilities that they have to bring. But of course, now, as you can see, also then the players there, I believe that's the Federalians. Yes, they've already also then secured themselves that one Elam, coming at the expense of the Virtual Gaming Squad. But now, this is that Carnage play, right? I mean, we've got a few teams situated towards the west. We've got a few teams situated on the eastern side, with Desert Flame smack dab center.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier on in the game. That seeing the way the zone was, rotation is not going to be too hard for that team, especially given the fact that they like to play from the center. And when we start to talk about that western side, the cluster that I've been waiting to see, definitely a thing now. You know, the whole western side of the map is hugely clustered. We have the players there from Smash Team out there, you know, Ocean on Fire. We have the Hive Mind also on the west, and you know, it's only a little bit of time now before these players start to, you know, battle it out and get so crazy. It's not going to be enough space for everybody as they will now start to fight.
Yeah, as we know, the timer is running. That blue zone is going to start moving up as well, restricting that playable area even more so. But of course, one of the other teams that you said that you know, you want to keep an eye on is going to be the players here from Honored Soul. Not the easiest position that they have to work with, and of course, also they started this match with a three-piece, right? We've got Thanos, we've got Shroud, we've got Commander, and now they just put on the edge, waiting to see if there is a bit of an opportunity. Oh, beautiful jump shot coming in as Kaitos gets taken right on down, and that is 2 Elams now secured for Honored Souls.
Yeah, I was going to say, Honored Souls, they're coming in with 3 players. I wouldn't advise it, but I was going to say I've seen these men dismantle teams as a 2-man squad. So, they're a very aggressive team. So, seeing them with 3 players, I'm very concerned, but at the same time, I'm concerned as to, hey, where's your last player? Why is he not playing? Type of thing. So, but I'm not concerned as to how well they can handle themselves, but it's only a matter of time. You can probably do it in the first game, but the instance the other team start to realize that you're not a complete squad, they're probably going to have their eye on you, you know, like, oh, if this is not a complete squad, we might just be able to push as a unit and just take them back into the lobby.
Yeah, well, agree with you on that one. And of course, now speaking about units, right, we do see the players here from Ocean on Fire, and none other than Stalwart having a bit of a potential tussle come through. I mean, both teams having to get themselves situated up in towards that zone. But as we quickly jump over on towards the players here from 90th minute, they're keeping quite a bit of pressure now coming through on towards the Federalians. We do see Max relaying quite a bit of information across, but it is going to be a nice exchange with the utility sent out in both directions. Michi now perched on high. I like the single file kind of setup that they've got. It does allow them some great vantage points. But, I mean, the players there from 911, they're not going to let anything pass them by.
Yeah, and 911, the team coming through from the PMCO stages, they definitely know how to defend their spots. They're a team that knows how to play this game. And as how resilient they are on that southern edge, I'm not surprised to see them play this way. But 90th minute, though, we're giving the shots, giving the heats to the players there from the Federalians. It's interesting to see as a 2-man squad again.
Well, I mean, 90th minute, one of those defending teams coming through from the PMPL Arabia. Right, so the expectation is already there. But now, speaking about expectation, it is going to be Hamadi getting right on out of here as Beast comes through with a beautiful spray. Ooh. We have one of the players actually sliding off somewhere, and now it is going to be that pressure being applied onto the players there from Ocean on Fire. As you can see, oh, they try to make that dash, but the vehicle explode will stop them right there in their tracks.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen so much action, but nobody's gonna believe it if you actually tell them there's still 14 teams. We've only lost 2 teams so far. There's still a lot of teams in this very tiny zone to actually get things started. And now the fight is gonna get, more intense from here on out. Losing the players there from Ocean on Fire and Team Darkness, it's still keeping me quite on my toes because now I've seen one PMPL team go out and I've seen one of the PMNC go out. Because now I'm keeping my eye out. PMPL, PMNC, who's actually gonna be the first ones to grab the winner chicken dinner today to show us, that they're not here to play.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the sweaty one to see exactly who that will be. But yeah, Lelouch now just perched on high, waiting for the opportunity. It's going to be Stalwart now just trying to ride out that ridge line. But meanwhile, as we jump back up north, it is going to be Blackjack Esports now trying to pressure the Hive Mind team so they can't get a nice secure rotation. But I'm loving this coverage coming through here, right? Blackjack just utilizing the compound. Oh, but will that be enough? Beautiful straight distance, pulling them right out of that vehicle.
And Blackjack Esports having the time of their lives in this game. And this is something I keep saying. I would always say, if there is one thing I know the players there from Blackjack Esports can do, they know how to shoot. And that is MG just showing that beautiful. Uprooting 2 players from a vehicle, that is mind-blowing, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, that takes some skill that I have not yet mastered. But now as we look on towards Black Loss, they are going to be setting out a few nades, trying to see if they can maybe reach into the side there of Stalwart. But there's going to be no need as we have Ilias now just rushing in with that vehicle, now looking to pick up the last few pieces, laying waste to even more players coming through on the side of Stalwart. But, not quite sure if they'll be able to clutch it.
Yeah, you just got to admire that flank coming through from Ilias there on the side there of Smash team. That is something that you just love to see. Get another angle, kind of corner out that team. They did get 3 players knocked down. I do not know how, and it does look to be going down the hill for them on here out. As Black Loss now down to about 20% HP. Cool Boy definitely knows what to do, sending that grenade to that position. This is gonna be historical. As Cool Boy able to get 3 eliminations, pulling his team out of that bad position that he found himself in a couple of seconds ago.
I mean, that's the importance of it, right? You just need to keep your cool and, of course, send out an absolutely amazing nade like we were just schooled in right there. But, I mean, we have to continue onwards, right? Still sitting with 11 teams. The zone this time around does move slightly in towards that more northwestern territory. The players here from Team GQ, they've already been able to lock in those 2 elims. And maybe now, if they find Wave, there could be even more eliminations waiting for them. But as we know, right, Wave definitely not going to be one of those teams that you can walk over.
Yeah, exactly. And, I'm just looking at the zone here, DK. Kind of happy because, I said I wanted a zone that would end up on the open fields. And it does look like we'll be having the open fields of Muta probably for a finish. But let me not jinx it. Seeing that a couple of teams have actually, decided to commit to the buildings in Muta, it kind of tricks me off because getting into the buildings are easy. But getting out of these buildings into the open fields is going to be hard because you want to get to the open field with vehicles, have those as extra piece of cover. But getting there is not going to be the easiest of tasks.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity now for Brute Force, right? Just to capitalize their positioning, just utilize that field. And as you said, right, getting in is easy, but it's getting out, which is where the problem lies. So I'm hoping for the team situated up into Malta itself that the zone stays towards the side. But honestly, I want to see carnage. So I want to see that zone take a shift towards that northern territory and just up the ante here, just making it that extra bit more challenging for our remaining teams.
Well, I promise you, Brute Force will be happy if that happens because right now, this is one thing I always say about the Brute Force team. They are so good at this game. They play the game so well. They're currently holding a very dirty 2-2 split right now. 2 players out there on the north and 2 players out there on that southeast. You don't see that large of a split coming through, and they're still able to hold it up. This is impressive, and I would like to see how well it's going to play out for them, going into the end of today.
Well, that zone gives us about a 50-50, right? So it's halfway between the compounds and halfway between the fields. So I guess we need to be happy with it regardless. But now, it is going to be the players here from Wave being blessed by a beautiful setup. They don't have to move anywhere. And this is where the tables now turns because the players from Brute Force, right, even though they've gone for that 2-2 split, they now need to find a way to condense that spread and form yet another strong position to fight from. But it's going to be also there the players here from X team looking for that entry point. They do spot one of the Brute Force players there but not getting the elimination in just yet.
Now you called it. They did get the elimination from the vehicle explosion, but Desert Flame pulling in through for the third party of the century on the side of X team. They realize that is a team that they have to take out in order to be successfully able to face the teams that are out there on the open fields. 911 trying to see if they can crash into the situation, and X team now finding themselves in a huge sandwich that they're not going to like the taste of.
Yeah, well, X team definitely have to do quite a bit of defense here, as we do have the players from Team GQ now also just trying to wrap around on that southern edge of the zone. Here we go, a few potential opportunities lying in wait. Desert Flame also still trying to find that more optimal approach to take. But it's interesting to see how this whole zone has actually shifted up. It is now going to be Wave applying all that pressure onto its Brute Force. And Brute Force, even though they've received quite a few knocks, it's not going to deter them from looking to find that extra little bit of closure. Meanwhile, I mean, the carnage just keeps on rising.
Yeah, and this is where what you said about Brute Force does come into play. You know, they've gone for the 2-2 split earlier, but now they've got to find a way to condense that 2-2 split. Right now, 2 players there on the north did get knocked, and now they had to send one of the players there from the south to go for the revive, which I'm very surprised that revive is coming in through. Right, and now that one player there trying to see if he can hold on his own pre-pod, trying to see if he can just hold up against the players there from Wave. And I tell you something, one thing he knows is that if he's able to hold his end here and his team forms up, he's definitely winning this fight.
Well, I can tell you, Pre-Pod definitely did not prepay for this position. Instead, they've worked their way on through. Now comes that rush. This could be the opportunity. Oh, gets it in! What a spray that was, but they're not out of the woods just yet, as the rest of the Wave team are going to come in and trying to avenge their teammates. But what a play this is. Oh, Pre-Pod managing to narrowly escape this. But this is what I like about this position now, because Wave now are going to be pressured by the surrounding teams. They won't have that clear, precise push right up in towards what is left of Brute Force.
And I tell you, Brute Force, Pre-Pod, he's got new teammates now, and they are the players there from Team GQ as they're coming in clutch for the support onto his position out here. As that man is just trying to see if he can hold it up. There's only bandages left in his backpack, so a little bit of utility disadvantage on his side, but 6 eliminations coming through for his team. He's definitely happy about that one, as that building does look to be like the only building that is currently in the circle, which means all eyes is on them.
Well, pressure, pressure, pressure. That is what we were wishing for. That is what we've got. And now with 7 teams having to fight for that winner chicken dinner. Again, not a lot of opportunities remain. As you can see, a big majority of the teams. In fact, it does seem like 5 of our 7 teams are situated outside the zone. Make that, yes, 5. As Wave push on forward, putting an end to the side of the players from Desert Flame. Oh, not Desert Flame, Brute Force. But GQ now coming in with a bit of that Brute Force as well, sending out the utility.
Sexy grenades though coming through from the side of GQ, and man, you can just tell that they've decided to wake up later in this game, and that what they're doing, they're waking up. Blackjack Esports, on the other hand, they have to stay quiet because they're out here in the open field. They've only got 2 players up, 12 eliminations to their name, but they know that noise is the last thing they actually want to make as they find themselves without cover out in the open. Desert Flame Esports taking a little bit of time to actually get started with the action. Still up as a full-man squad, but they've only got 2 eliminations. They've got to get their guns into action and start to do all of those damages.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be up on the table for this time now. But it is going to be, Evo Station, beautiful accuracy. Look at the spray though. That is Desert Flame just getting dealt such a difficult hand. And the pre-fire even pays off. And now it is going to be Evo Station looking for the closure. But unfortunately, they are not able to continue. Instead, it is going to be 7 Reef just picking up a few freebies.
The work is done. I win. That is what that player has got in mind, but unfortunately he did not win too much as his eliminations does get stolen from him. But Team GQ now fully committed to fight against the side there of Wave Esports, not able to hold it up as Team GQ will be getting those eliminations, leading it up to 9 eliminations. Blackjack Esports eventually gets set back into the lobby, and 911, like I was saying, they're a team that know how to play. It's currently a 1v1v1, but GQ, if they're able to grab that revive, it's going to become a situation. Actually now make that a 2v1 as Escano. He knows exactly where these players are. He's going in for the push, but it's a question of how well is he going to be able to hold it up against this 2-man team of Team GQ.
Ooh, as we know, Escano no stranger to the action, but of course GQ just, outnumbering them, and unfortunately that window animation just takes all too long. But what an insane play that was, bro. I mean, Team GQ, right, bringing in such a dominating performance. We did see that insane play that they just had on towards Desert Flame. I mean, that's a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner.
And at the same time, it's a very sad lose for the side there of 911. Escanor, you had to use the door. You know, sometimes you just have to practice courtesy, you know. Decide to use the door and not drop the window, you know. And then going through that window definitely cost them that winner chicken dinner there. But you've got to give it up for the guys there from Team GQ. And this is one thing I love to see. When a team knows when to relax and a team knows when to be aggressive. You know, we saw Team GQ start that game off on the slower end of things. They were not too loud. They were just being quiet, but you know, heading towards that last phases of the game, they started coming in, showing in the aggressiveness, you know, and then showing us that they had what it takes. And left to me, that is how I'll define consistency.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was a well, let's call it a consistent start to the day, right? But now we're going to see how that will carry on as we move into our remaining games, right? So, as we know, the teams, of course, have an opportunity where they do take a bit of a break, right? They are going to be playing only 4 of our 5 maps here for today. So I think the big challenge is going to be if you have the break coming up next, for instance, right? Will you be able to replicate your efforts that you brought into your very first game, seeing that the opposing teams might have had a few more other opportunities to already build their very own momentum?
Exactly, and you know, we're looking forward to seeing those new teams that will be coming into the next game, because we want to just see how much they would have learned from how all of these teams played today, you know.
Well, of course, now we are going to be taking a look at a few of those beautiful Oppo moments, as there was a nice selection of excitement all throughout. It was quite. I mean, I wouldn't say satisfying, but it was kind of normal-ish, right? The teams being a little bit more weary in those first few initial phases, and once we hit that second to third phase, it was just absolute carnage all over the place. But this is what I like about where the zone has gone. Moving in towards the southern edge of the northern island, it does really challenge the teams to find a good position.
Exactly, and you know about those good positions that you talk about, right? When we started the game, Blackjack Esports had a very wonderful position. It was literally the Blackjack show all the way from the beginning of the game. The instance the zone left there, it became something else. GQ standing up to the occasion, brute force trying to send it in, not able to get all their teammates. But if you just go to admire this 2-piece coming through from Prepod over there.
I mean, definitely expecting quite a bit of strategy being brought through from our PMPL teams. I mean, Desert Flame being one of those, but look at what Evo Station just did, right? Just rushing in and letting it rip. But fortunately for them, they did have a little bit of that bounce back ability, but then came the clutch, the play, and of course it all came down to the final dance around our last compound. So well done once again to the players there from GQ. But of course, Blackjack, as you've mentioned, right, picking up those 12 elims as well.
Yeah, and like I said, these guys, they came in through and they came in clutch. This was something that I really wanted to see from Blackjack Esports, right? And I said it, they have a new roster now, you know, looking how well they're going to play with that roster. And with this first game, it's absolutely wonderful to see a mix of fraggers and a new IGL. That is just nice to see. Blackjack game from the beginning, 12 elimination points, not quite able to nip it in the board when it comes to the placements, but still, the elimination points did boost them up a lot. And to see where that, we're going to be seeing where that boosts them up on the match rankings as we're about to have that, you know, all stop it on our screen.
Yeah, so let's take a look at those match rankings. Of course, as we know, the team's trying really hard to accrue as many points as they can, with Team GQ situated up in pole position there with 25 points, 10 of which coming through from their elims. Blackjack, as we know, picking up those 12, awarding them 22 in total. And of course, the players there from 911 or 911 team securing that third place. They finished the second in the match itself, but unfortunately not being able to lock in enough eliminations, but still sitting with a decent amount. And this is kind of something that we're used to seeing, right? The top 4, top 5 teams coming out of the match with some really decent points.
Exactly, and you know, I would just say, like, look at the drop in eliminations coming through from first, second. And, you know, first, second, we're seeing 10 elimination, 12 elimination points. And then we get to third place, drops down instantly to 5 elimination points. It just goes to show you that, Blackjack Esports holding up things on the northeastern edge of things, and then GQ holding up things on that southwestern side of things. It was just it was beautiful to see two teams, just close on the lobby from two different angles, and seeing them gather this many points in the game to start things off. A nice head start for them, if you ask me.
Yeah, but of course, we still want to see that a bit of a bounce back come through from Ocean on Fire, the players there from Darkness, as well as the Virtual Gaming Squad, right? Not having the best start to the very first game, but again, it's only the very first match, right? They still have quite a few more to go through for today, but aside from today, there's still 2 other days remaining. So we want to see the teams really finding that rhythm, finding that flow, and just flourishing out on the battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. And, seeing that a couple of those teams that I was keeping my eye out for, like mine, the players there from Honor Souls, not quite finding themselves on that first page of the leaderboards. That's where we start having, some of those issues. Because if you're starting off your first day or your first game with 0 points, with the goose eggs, that is definitely not what you want, especially when you're going up against the PMPL teams. And we can see from the way the PMPL teams are actually playing, they're not here to play.
Well, speaking about playing, right, of course, we hope that our viewers have been paying somewhat attention to what we've been saying all across the board. And we are going to be popping up one of our trivia questions as well. And the question is, from Africa, which team had the highest points in the semi-finals, right? So that's a bit of a trick question because we had 3 different scoreboards.
Oh,
we had the Africa teams, we had the Arabia teams, and then, of course, the combined one. So
I think it's the combined one. Oh, wait, it says from Africa, though. Oh, so it's just the Africa scoreboard. Okay, I think I know who's on top of that one. So, yeah, I would like, how many of you in the chat were here on that day to know which one of those teams was able to gather the highest points from the Africa region? Remember, it's not overall, it is just Africa. I'm actually keeping my mind and, to kind of see who in the chat has got that one.
Yeah, I know of a few people in the chat that might have the answer to that, so I'm curious to see who will be the first one to pop that answer in. But of course, we are going to be taking a quick look at our schedule here for today to show you where we've been and, of course, where we are going. And it's going to be none other than even more action, right? Match 1, done and dusted. It was Group A, B, C, and D. Now, stepping into Match 2, it is going to be the players there from Group A taking a bit of much-needed rest. But it's going to be the opportunity for Group E now to show us what they've got.
Yeah, exactly. Group E now coming in, they're rubbing their palms together, right? But at the same time, they're just getting ready for the whole match. But when we're looking at it, they're almost at a disadvantage because B, C, and D, they kind of have their thumbs warmed up, right? They already have a little bit of the action. They know what they're up against, right? And I know people are wondering who's in Group E. Who are those teams we're keeping our eye out for? We're about to see it now as we see those groups now pull up on our screen. We'll be having the guys there from one round team coming through. We'll have high for D's. And I was going to argue. I was saying it. Is it I for D or is it high for days? But I would hope it's high for days. It really goes both ways. But anyway, high for D's was a team that I was really on their bandwagon when we were going into the semifinals. And it's glad to see that they were able to make it into the finals. They did not quite. They started off in a good note in the semi-final and did not quite hold that to the end, but that one good game that they had was able to just keep them into the in that top 6 to make it over here, and I'm keeping my eye out for them. And then we'll be having Mad Knight and Legends of War joining us, and Mad Knight, that I know, one aggressive team.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be bringing out, and of course our map pool for the day. GQ taking the dub on the very first Irangle. We still have our Murmur to jump into. And now the teams have to try and see where they're going to be making their way into. Of course, now...
Yeah, exactly.
we'll see what they do, yeah.
Yeah, and all of these teams now, battling it out to see what teams would be making it into the PMPL spring for the next year. And, man, you can just tell, you can see that the PMPL teams, they do not want to relax on this. You can tell that they actually want to give their spots because Team GQ is one from the PMPL, and then they're out here getting that first winner chicken dinner, showing that we are here to defend our spots. We actually want to play in this game.
Yeah, I mean, and that's definitely what we're expecting to see, right? Is the PMPL teams being the defenders, right? Because that is exactly the spot that they find themselves in, right? This whole national championship determines whether or not we're going to be seeing them move into PMPL 2023, or whether or not we'll have to wait to potentially see them come back again only in 2024, right? So the sooner the teams could have that opportunity to showcase their performance, showcase their capabilities, the better it will be for them. But the pressure will definitely be on, because as we know, right, the teams coming through from the semifinals, they are hungry, they are eager, they want those slots, and it's going to come down to who will be able to keep that pressure up.
Yeah, exactly. And we can already just tell that, the teams now coming through from the semifinals, they have the taste now. They know what it feels like to be playing against the PMPL teams, right? So now it's now a question of what will you do? This is the part where you have to, break your limits. You have to reach for those limits, break it to show that, you have what it takes, because you can just see that the PMPL teams, they're showing a different level of gameplay. I mean, look at how many of the PMPL teams were able to survive in the last game. I'm talking about Desert Flame. They were able to hold it up till the end of the game. Same thing goes to Team GQ. Seeing them hold it up for that long in the game, it just goes to show that this is a different level of gameplay that they're introducing to these teams coming through from the PMNC, and they are here to battle it out.
Well, I mean, that is what we kind of love with this whole kind of change up, right? Having teams defend, having teams trying to just grind their way on through to make it there. But there's a lot of experience share that's happening as well, right? So this is a great opportunity for those PMPL teams that have made a few changes to their rosters to see how that synergy kind of forms, right? Whether it is strong enough for them to potentially compete coming through in towards that next PMPL season. But the same thing goes for the PMNC teams, and we are seeing some pretty good comps happening between the squads. But I'm not gonna make too much of a call on that just yet. I want to see kind of where these teams go and how they perform once put under the pressure that, of course, is the grand finals itself.
Yeah, exactly. And this is just game one, right? Game one, day one. There's still 4 more games today, and then there's still like a couple of more games again coming through in the next couple of days. So it's almost like you kind of have the time, but at the same time you do not have the time. You have the time does not mean you need to sleep or trying to make it into the PMPL. But you're fighting in for the money, you're fighting in for the spots in the PMPL spring. You might as well show us what you've got in mind. So that, man, keeping my eye out on all of these teams. I just want to see exactly what they've got showing in mind. And, when I was talking about how they're going to be playing, how we're just on day one, day 2 and day 3 will be coming up tomorrow. As we said, these teams have been battling it out from the beginning. And now, they'll be going straight into now they're in the finals, playing in for 3 days as we'll be seeing this. I mean, we'll be seeing the same schedule going in from today to the end.
Yeah, that is going to be our extra bit of consistency coming through here, right? I mean, I was looking for my words and I didn't find them, so I went for the first one that popped up. But it is, of course, now for the teams for B, C, D, and E. And I want those upset, right? It is going to be Miramar, a map that lends itself to the opportunities here. But yeah, let's see where it goes. Of course, now the teams are getting prepped up and ready to roll, right? The engines warming up once again. Now making sure that, again, their trays are positioned in the upright position. I wonder if there's someone there that sits there and does the windows are here and there and you can just jump in any of those directions.
The stewardess, that's what we call them, or the air hostesses. I think stewards would be for the water. But anyway, we just got information players there from GQ. We're allowed to move from economy to business economy. So just because of the winner chicken dinner. So that being said, we want to see if they'll be able to maintain their spot out here in the business economy, or if they'll be going back straight to economy. We only have limited seats available in that economy. Actually, you know what, they've got their spot seat. I was told there's only space for 5 teams in the business economy. So you want to grab those winner chicken dinners and show your space then. Then after business economy, at the end, we'll be seeing what teams will be joining us out here in the first class to kind of show their way into the PMPL. But DK, about to go into Mirror Madness, the deserts. I don't think there's food.
Yes, sir.
I think they need more water.
Who knows? I mean, it's like anything could be possible at this point, right? Maybe they've got a bit of a surprise as they make their way down. There's some food drops coming in as well. I don't know, right? It could be any which way. I'm pretty sure we can come up with some pretty creative ways to distribute some food, whether the players are situated in the plane or just plain out jumping, right? I mean, quite a bit of excitement that could come through. Actually, I want to hear that from our viewers, right? Tell us in the chat. Tell us what you think, right? Do you think there's any food on the plane? And if so, how do they distribute it to all the participants, right? Do we have our air hostesses walking around? Do we have stewards? Do we have anything? Tell us what you think. But of course, in the meantime, we are going to be prepping ourselves to jump straight into Miramar and see what the teams have to work with. So yeah, make sure you got your popcorn and drinks ready. Here we go, jumping straight into it. And of course, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5-minute charging, 2-hour gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. PUBG Mobile's official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022.
Oppo says to welcome you to Miramar, welcome you to the sandy dunes of Miramar, welcome you to Miramar, where we get to see madness towards the end of the game. Playing path looking very, very unforgiving, which is what I love to see, as that playing path is down there on that southeastern side, taking us all the way from Los Higos on the prison, actually from the island, taking us all straight to the outskirts of El Azahar. This is definitely not what many of this team want to know. Miramar is a very big map. Places look close, but they're actually far. So which means some would actually have to start looking for vehicles to make it into their drop locations.
Yeah, and as we can see, of course, that flight path is going to be sitting down on that more southeastern side. I mean, it is starting up in towards Minas del Sur, heading up to alongside Al Azhar. But especially if teams like to prioritize spots like El Pozo, Hacienda del Patron, San Martin, water treatment, any of those locations, I think the easiest way to get there is grab a vehicle and just go, because, I mean, trying to reach it from the flight path, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, Brute Force, one of those teams that prefers to land in El Pozo, right? And I'm keeping my eye out to see just how well or how they would make it all the way to El Pozo. Because, man, given that zone now is on the south, it kind of puts doubt in the teams, There's that little doubt of, do we still want to go all the way north to El Pozo to just get comfortable with the loot? Or do we just want to go for the scrap loot out here on the western edge and just try to see if we can make it into the circle from there? But, where it becomes ironic is Miramar is so big enough, but we will be getting a whole lot of hot drops.
Yeah, it is, right? It is quite interesting that we can have quite a bit of that hot drop action coming through. But one thing that I'm actually quite curious of is the teams have their kind of predetermined strat that they want to go for and that they're looking to play out. But when they get thrown a zone like the one that we just received, what do they do? Do they go like, well, I mean, so much for that strat, or do they look to just adjust it?
Well, I would imagine that teams would have different strategies for different variations of the zone. If the zone goes north, here's how we play. If the zone goes south, this is how we play. And, when it comes to Miramar, you kind of have that little bit of flexibility. I think with Miramar, you've just got your mind on some of those hills, right? Because you're looking at that hill and you're like, what are the odds we get to this hill before this team? And that is where, the challenge does come through. So for many of these teams, I don't think it'll be a switch in the strat. I think it's just going to be more of regular gameplay. Just have to get looted up, with this type of zone now, okay, we probably need more utilities, pick up as much utilities as possible. That kind of situation is what, these teams have got, because they know that with that playing path, the zone is pretty much going to be occupied.
Yeah, it is. It is. Of course, we can see that on the map itself, right? Quite a few points of contention coming through. And of course, one of the drops or one of the locations of the map that we are not all too surprised to see being quite contentious is none other than Picardo here, with a great spray coming through. Legends of War now trying to bring in a little bit of a bounce back. Ooh, already losing that one. But now they look to double down as La Flamme comes in with a nice bit of a closure. It's now up to Vibes also to bring in that extra bit of reinforcement. Meanwhile, it's going to be Winterfall to get taken out. And that could be the side of Legends of War now reduced to only 2.
Exactly, and someone needs to tell La Flame that it is already hot enough in Miramar. We do not need any more flames. And we don't know, would Hive Mind be able to tell them that? That's what we've got in mind. Sugar's got this beautiful grenade prepped in hand, it's cooked to perfection. Doesn't quite land it in the right position as that revive will come through on the side there of Legends of War. But man, it's a situation where these two players now have to hold it up for their whole team. The sexy grenade does get thrown out. It's beautiful, gets one, but is this man good for two? As Hive Mind, they know exactly how many players are left. They know exactly where that player is. And La Flame now, he's got all the attention on him as Vibes would not be able to quite form up on him yet.
Yeah, Valesco definitely going to be looking to push up, even though the flames are there. But that is only La Flame in their natural habitat. But look at that nade getting sent out. That is so sweet onto Sugar right there. Valesco having to try and patch it up now. But, of course, we can see Fianso sending out a little bit of that volley action. Now the pressure is on because Vibes is on the opposite end of that road, right? Does provide a little bit of overwatch, but is that going to serve them any purpose if La Flame gets taken out?
I don't think so. Matter of fact, I would say Vibes, you have to form up on La Flame because, you know, there's no point holding a cover fire angle here. You know, this cover fire is not going to prevent him from getting grenaded. You know, if a grenade does come through onto La Flame, that's a GG's. And Vibes needs to get close enough because that's a 3v2 right now. If Vibes does get pushed as a unit, if La Flame gets pushed as a unit, Vibes actually has to be close enough to him to actually do the damage. You know, there's probably a couple of places he could probably go downstairs, you know, get himself more comfortable and have his teammate just bait them out, try to see if they can come in to try and get the kill.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how this all will kind of unravel. But now it does seem like Hive Mind still operating as a unit here, which one would expect looking at the team name, right? That kind of does suggest it. But now where are they going to go? Are they going to risk it pushing up in towards La Flame and potentially getting picked off there coming through from Vibes? Or will they find another approach? Because the backup is definitely there. And I'm loving this play coming through from Legends of War. It shows that they've really put a lot of thought into their strategy. At least at what we see now on the screen. And I want to see this potentially work out for them.
Yeah. Well, as a two-man squad, La Flame, you can just tell that he's looking for a way to just make it back into the tall buildings of El Pozo. But once that smoke does run out on his right, I think he's going to just leave him exposed to Fianso out there.
That's definitely an opportunity and a possibility. Of course, they don't have to be too worried, right? Because the rest of the team's still going about their business, grabbing their loot, getting themselves situated much closer. So this does allow them to focus a lot of their effort on this. But La Flame now getting snuffed as we see Valesco coming in with a beautiful off-angle flank. And now it's all down to Vibes. I don't see Vibes making it back to La Flame in time. And instead now, they have to get down and dirty, hoping to find a little bit of an opportunity here before ducking out of that building.
And Hive Mind, here is the call to push. This is the time to just fully commit to the fight. There's one player left. They have an idea where he is. I know it gets tricky when you start to push these type of buildings, but it is something that if you go in as a full unit, unless somebody has got like a DBS at hand, I think you should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, the AK is quite scary at close range. You know, you don't have to worry about a recoil all too much. The same goes pretty much for that M249 as well. But up comes the UMP, one of the beasts in PUBG at this point in time. Curious to see where this is going to go as Vibes now is getting encircled even more so as the Hive Mind looks to tighten their grip. It's just going to be a matter of time. But they are definitely starting to run out of options, at least looking at Legends of War.
Yeah, exactly. And when we start to talk about Picado fights, right, we always say Picado fights is one of those fights you have to finish as quickly as possible because Picado is not the place you want to spend too much time in, right? And I like the fact that Hive Man not quite succumbing to that pressure as they're holding it up, going in carefully, trying to see if they can finish the fight as quickly as possible. They do send it upstairs. AKM not quite able to hold up against the side there of UMP as so now wait for backup. They still have to push this as a two-man squad. Vibe still has a luxury of HP to work with, and that man able to jump down. I don't know if they heard him, but he might just be able to do this.
Yeah, a little bit of bait and switch, right? So pull them upstairs and then yeet yourself out the window to get the jump. But is this going to pay off? Because we do see a lot of the ARs now being utilized here. And of course, even though the ARs, right, they have that mag advantage, they are capable of carrying a little bit more ammunition. The UMP just sends it out so quickly, being an SMG. I'm curious to see who's going to clutch it out. Could Vibes pick up yet another knock. We do have the Vibe Mine. Oh, now coming under fire. That is Sugar getting re-knocked. The jump comes in, and that is Fianso with that beautiful jump spray, and that is the end of the road for Legends of War.
I mean, one thing we would see from players that are in that position is that once they get that one knock, they go straight for the flush. But seeing that Vibes did not go for that one, went for the reload instead. I mean, that dude already took your HP very low. You might as well just get the thirst just because he stressed you. I mean, that's what I do. I get if you stress me too much, oh come on, you're going back to the lobby with me.
Yeah, I mean, just don't give me a shotty, right? I've only been able in this season of the RP season, I've only been able to have one successful shotgun hit, right? One. So definitely don't give it to me. That's why I'm more suited to sit here and do the commentary, looking at what these amazing players are capable of achieving. And of course, now speaking about that, we do have Wave now looking to capitalize a slight bit of elevation onto Ocean on Fire.
I mean, Wave did have a very good game in Arendelle, and they will be looking to actually support that with what they've got out here in Myanmar. And seeing them actually holding up this position in the game kind of keeps me, like, you know, on my toes. Like, okay, you guys are doing this again. Let's see if it will play out for you this time.
But they can't ride that gravy train all too long, right? Because we do have the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad also now pushing in. And that is going to add that extra little bit of pressure, especially on the northern edge. And this is what I like so much about Wave's position, right? They are not all to face. Instead, it is going to be Ocean on Fire that could come under fire right then and there. But now it does seem like they're looking for a bit of a disengagement. I think that is quite the respectable play to make at this point.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you do not want to be taking too much earlier engagements, right? Because it's Miramar, it's a big map, right? And also, you know, great period of time in Miramar, so you want to save all of the action and all of your strength until the later phases of the game. So it's a nice disengage, and I like to see that one coming through from the teams.
Yeah, but of course now it is going to be Akashi just making their way on through. It is going to be Desert Flame, however, situated a little bit more south of that. And I mean, this is where the excitement comes through, because the zone seems to be quite committed to staying on the southern edge. And the terrain here is quite mountainous, but it also kind of is prepping the teams for what we could be seeing come through over in Sanhok, right? It's very similar terrain to what we have on the map of Sanhok itself.
Yeah, exactly, right. And you know, we do not see these southern parts of Miramar too much in games, and now we're seeing it in this game. Many of these teams, I know I'm one of those players that doesn't like the brown parts or the darker sides of Miramar, but I don't know how well are these teams going to be able to play this one, as it does look like Virtual Gaming Squad, they're not too happy about this position being shared with the guys there from Oceans on Fire, and it does look like they'll be coming in for the full commit.
Well, let's see how it goes. Virtual Gaming Squad, as we know, we've seen the other roster play in PMPL before, but what will this roster do? Of course, is going to be Stop now, trying to put a bit of a stop to the side of Ocean on Fire, who's now all descended up into that compound. But I love the spray coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad, really looking to play all of these compound angles. And now with the mollies out, it does put Ocean on Fire on somewhat of a back foot, but Ninja MVP now finds a great opportunity on the outside, and of course sends you next right back over in that lobby.
The advantage that the guys there from Virtual Gaming Squad needed, and they have so gotten it, as one player make that two side there of Ocean on Fire, and Virtual Gaming Squad, they are showing that they are not the friendliest of neighbors as they are taking this position with all sorts of aggression. Akashi, he's telling his last teammates, well, that's going to be a GG for you, because I'm not having it. Actually, the last one that he's just giving. Oh!
Yeah, I mean, well, they were, right? They tried, right? They tried, but, you know, GQ is just like, you know what, we had that clutch come through on Desert Flame. We might as well just do it again, and with that, they slammed the door shut in Oceans on Fire. But they have another opportunity. But what I'm worried about here is that zone has moved south, right? They need to get back.
Exactly, and GQ, I was going to just call them the, you know, the third-party masters, right? And them saying this, I think what they're just going to do is see if Virtual Gaming Squad is going to attempt to go for that and try to see if they can get themselves more information. But if they cannot, pop the vehicle tires and start to make your way into the zone, because you do not have that much time to spare.
Yeah. Definitely, you gotta decide which is gonna be best, right? Fighting with a full squad or making it up into zone successfully. Because as we know, big old blue zone is not gonna be anyone's friend, as it now does catch up to the players here from Virtual Gaming Squad. Team GQ hopping in the vehicles. Come on, Evo Station, don't get greedy. Push full zone.
I think at this point, it's not even going to be greed, right? I think at this point, that is just the right call to make. Virtual Gaming Squad puts in too much effort trying to see if they can grab the revives. It's not the best of options for you to do, right? Because GQ is waiting for you to try to get those revives. And now, Evo Station is going to be the only player that his team is leaving alone here to kind of take on this fight while the rest of them look for a position in that circle. As that player now looking for those flanks, trying to see if he can catch the players there from Virtual Gaming off guard. One player does try to make it into the circle, but that man, would he be able to stop the full force of Virtual Gaming Squad?
I mean, not only that, but I mean, they do pick up 2 knocks, right? So amazing spray coming through here from Evo Station. But the thing that I'm worried about is looking at how far away from the zone they are and how little meds they've got.
Well, I guess that's one of the reasons why you leave someone like Evo Station right behind, right? We saw Evo Station almost get a 1v4 on the side there of Desert Flame Esports in the first game, right? And now in this game, he's able to pull up a 1v2 to reduce the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad to at least, or to just 2 players, right? So if he's able to grab the meds from those loot boxes, it kind of works because Daisy and the rest of his teammates, they've gone to the zone. They already have like a spot for him. They're like, oh, whenever you're done, you can come meet us out here on the northern edge of Minas del Val, and we will be here to welcome you with open arms.
Yeah, let's hope that that is exactly what's going to be happening. In the meantime, we'll look across the zone to see where our teams are situated. And of course, the next shift does center up beautifully onto the players there from the side of, I believe that's X team, right? So they are now zone blessed. But now comes the hard work, because we still have an absolute plethora of teams and players strewn all throughout the zone. And they're going to have to try and defend that. But of course, now Phoenix also held up on the edge. Spots a bit of an opportunity. But are they going to be able to lock it in, though?
Yeah, that's the question we've got in mind. You know, I'm actually for the teams from Group E to actually start showing up in this game. You know, I've not seen the players there from High for D's. I've not seen One Round. I've not seen the Mad Knights, you know, start to show exactly what they're made of. You know, all of them are just being a little bit quiet, but we're going to be getting back to that one. Brute Force finding their way to the side there of Desert Flame Sport, but Kraken is there to kind of hold things down, hold on the fort for his team. But Brute Force, we know if they have one player knocked down, they want to come in for the support. But unfortunately, it's going to be a little too late as that player does get thirsty.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to crack down a bit. But now it is going to be Brute Force trying to leverage the opportunity here. I mean, pretty close to the edge of the zone. As you can see, the terrain definitely allowing them quite a bit of mobility, or at least the opportunity to try and sneak up onto someone. And it could fall onto the players there from Desert Flame, who could become the next possible victims. But still, right there, we are looking at a few open positions within the zone with a lot of focus and attention are being applied to the very edges of it.
Exactly, and this is where we start to talk about those the dark part of Miramar. There's a lot of hills, there's a lot of uneven ground, right? Which means like there's probably going to be teams in every single deep that you walk into, right? So that's why many of these teams are committing more to the edges than they are to the center of the circle, because they do not just know how smoothly they can make it into the circles, given that, you know, there's going to be so many teams around the edges. For One Round, the team that I've been waiting to see coming in, not too many changes to their roster, as they still have familiar faces all across the map. But man, they are down by 2 players. They have to process the revives.
Yeah, and One Round being one of those teams that we saw in PMPL being quite proficient in their skills. But, I mean, you know, the animation of the vehicle take a little bit long, and that does put them in a bit of a vulnerable position. Meanwhile, we've got the players here from Blackjack looking to double down on the efforts that they've had come through in that first Erangel. Who knows, right? Maybe you could see Miramar being even more successful. Maybe they could push well beyond those 12 eliminations. I don't know if it's going to be on the board just yet, because currently they're sitting on a big fat bubble.
Exactly, 0 eliminations to the name. And I was going to say it, in the first game, we saw Team GQ and Blackjack go all out, right? But right now, it looks like GQ has already gotten on that phase. They decided to start off aggressively. And the other side, Blackjack Esports looking to be the quiet ones heading into this Miramar game. But I would see GQ, though, putting up a show for us to see as they bring up the fire onto the side there of Desert Flame Esports. Nice nade, though. Nice nade.
I mean, I think that might have been a little bit more than a nice nade. That could have maybe been an insane nade, but now it is going to be Sammy having to do so much work. But unfortunately, you know, Team GQ, they are right on cue with the sprays, and that is going to be the lovely end. Down to 9 teams we go. 32 players still alive, and half the zone is water.
Oh no. Oh no. And it's a very dirty split. Shifts all the way from that northwestern side down to the southeast. It's going to be a whole lot of trouble, but Brute Force, they are in for it. Getting in that push coming through from the side there of Team GQ. Able to hold off against one. But man, they have to start getting into the circle. There's only 26 seconds left, and that zone is not the biggest of zones to work with.
Yeah, definitely not the biggest zone. Oh, so close. Oh, pre-pond tries to get the play, but unfortunately they do fall instead. Evo Station and PO, I mean, definitely doing some amazing things right here. But let's see whether or not we're going to have some quality come through from the 9-11 team. Could this be the opportunity? They have the elevation, but they don't have the position within the zone just yet.
Exactly, and you know, that's where the challenge comes from, especially for these teams. You have that very good position on the top of the hill, but it's no longer in the zone, which means you have to make that descent, and that's where, you know, it becomes troublesome because it's not the easiest of times to do. But man, something that is hard to do. Is just there for high for this, trying to find a way into the circle, but Team GQ, they are in for all of the spice. 10 stations today, and they're not stopping anytime soon, but they have to start making it into the circle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with high for days, right? Because that is what they're looking to push in towards here. As you can see, Taybok now trying to find a bit of a rush. Oh, has already dealt quite a bit of damage into PO. Up comes the push, the spray. Will he get it? No, instead they fall. Great defensive strategies coming through from the players here of GQ. But 90th minute also now looking to find a bit of an approach here. We see Zakaria on the edge. A name that is very, very familiar to me. But let's see if whether or not they're going to be able to push all the way in. I mean, we want to see that experience now being showcased.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of experience, I wonder if the Michi on the 90th team squad is the Michi that used to be in Team Big. Because if that is going to be like a huge experience, you know, coming through on that team. Right? And it's nice to just see them. And this is one thing that I heard to say. You know, you cannot go wrong with the shorelines when you have like a water zone. And that is exactly what the players there from Team Darkness have opted to do. You know, see them just driving that buggy straight into the water as they hope to just swim for a bit, swim it out till they're able to make it into like the top positions in the circle. But it looks like this is now the time for Blackjack Esports to wake up as they're occupying that northeastern edge of the circle.
I mean, we're down to only 6 teams. We'll scratch that, make it 5. As we do see the players there from GQ, I think potentially getting taken out. Well, someone just got backed up and shipped off. But here we have it. Even more opportunities lying out in the drink. As there is going to be Kaito now trying to pick up the players from Darkness. Oh, but X Team also wanting their share of the action. As Easy Ease, yeah, gets Ease much closer to that lobby now.
It's time to get that far. It's time to get fishing, you know, out here in PUBG Mobile. And X Team, I tell you, man, an X Team and the 90th minute, they're having their guns being the fishing hooks today to try to see if they can fish out the players there from Team Darkness. But anyway, Blackjack Esports have to make their way into the circle. 90th minute, and I've just got to admire the way 90th minute is playing this one out here. They played that game so well. 3 players out there on the edge, one in the center of the circle. Wonderful play coming through from them as Zakaria would be hoping to take out the players there from Desert Flame Esports. 2 players already down, and they're ready to keep that last player. I
mean, phenomenal play coming through. As you can see now, the players from X Team looking to move in as well. But yeah, a 90th minute, they're keeping that pressure on, as we can see them already sitting on those 7 elims. Of course, GQ doubling down on the aggression, as we did see from them. 15 eliminations to their neighbor. Look at this, it is Kaito's now sneaking on up on X Team. Oh, but unfortunately, they do fall to the strafing. Now, it is Bisk looking to risk it for the biscuit, but are they going to find it though? As we have Zachary and the rest of the squad moving in for that reinforcement. And I mean, aside from the players here from X Team, it is only Beast left from Blackjack to contest them for that winner chicken dinner.
And man, you can just tell that Beast is being as quiet as possible, just trying to make sure that the players there from 98th minute forget about him. Focus on the guys there from the X team as he'll be finding his way down from that hill. Probably hoping to play a little bit of third party action and spoiler onto that fight coming through from that team. It's currently a 3v4 down at the bottom of the hill as 98 minutes. Not still fully committing, only sending 2 players down to the bottom of the hill as they know that there's still 1 more player left from that Blackjack team.
Well, let's see how this one goes. It is going to be 90th minute now to spread out quite beautifully up on the elevation. I mean, Beast maybe has an opportunity here. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see how that one kind of pans out. But up comes Bisk now, moving in up on the roof, trying to play that more subtle angle. But it's going to be down to the pressure cooker now. As we know, we're running out of zone space. We're running out of time on that ticker. And of course, there's going to be Beast now to get rushed up ahead. The hits connect on through. And that is going to be the end of the road down to our final 2 teams. X team in 90th minute now having to fight tooth and claw, whichever way you want to look at it. And they are so close. 9 elims sitting on the side here of 90th minute. 6 elims coming through for the players of X team, and either team in the position to secure that winner chicken dinner.
And it's an awesome 3v4 coming through from the side of 98th minute. They have to get that final player who's on the top of the hill to find a way down that hill so they can complete that 3v4, because right now this 2v4 not the best of advantages, especially when we talk about the numbers coming through from the side of 98 minutes. Zakaria down here with BSK trying to see if they can just hold it up, trying to see if they can just play it. But Mahmoud, you can tell that he knows that there's 1 player on the top of that hill and he's waiting for that player to just either pick up or try to make that descent as our X team getting heavily favored by that new zone.
Yeah, but X team definitely have the numbers advantage at this point. It is going to be Bisk now trying to push up. Does find a bit of a spray, but doesn't deal enough damage to really make a difference at this point, right? It is going to be even more action coming through from Bisk. I mean, you got to give it to Bisk, right? They are committed to finding something and making something happen on the field here. But instead, it's going to be Mishi now to get that knock in. This could be the opportunity for the full-on rush. And maybe that clutch coming through now from 90th minute.
That might just be the clutch coming through. Miracle is being distracted from both sides, and the bait works. He does go down, but Michi does go down also to the awesome fires coming in through as the revive comes through on the top of that. Down back to a 3v2. Make that a 2v2. Use the doors and not the windows.
Wow, Zakaria with such a phenomenal spray. And yes, indeed, it is going to be a 1v2. As you can see, oh, poor old Mood now holding on to that very, very edge. Zakaria, Bisk now having the tables turned in their favor. Maybe they're going to bolt at that window. It does seem like Bisk is prepping it up. I mean, they've pretty much figured out where this final player could be. And it's all going to come down to whether or not they're going to try that full-on rush. There is an opportunity for that, but they don't want to risk it. And I can actually understand it at this point. I mean, it's just a nade away. Just send out a bit of utility.
Unfortunately, none of the players are having that in their backpacks. But man, you don't have to go 98 minutes. And you can just tell that M7 Mood, he knows they do not have to. He's waiting carefully for that play zone to come into his savior. That vehicle is going to be a huge disadvantage. It does get exploded. And now, we're waiting to see how this ultimate 1v2 showdown is going to pull up. Actually, make that smokes. Offensive smokes going on towards this position. It's a nice play. And I love when the plays just come through for all of the offensive smokes. Try to blind out your enemies so it doesn't quite see when you're pushing. And 98 minutes, you can just tell that this is where that bucket of experience that they have as a team is coming in through. I mean, we're talking about Zakaria, right? An excellent player that we know. And then BSK, also another player that we know to be excellent. And you can just see them going for the shimmies, the wiggles, the wavels, as they will be able to get that winner chicken dinner with that excellent push coming through from the side there of 90th minute.
No lie, right? No lie. I got a little bit worried when I saw that DBS come out, right? I mean, it's like if you rush me with a DBS, I'm just like, nope, I'm out. Just take it. There's like, I'm not even going to try, right? That is just insane. But unfortunately, there was no need for that DBS action to come through. But as we saw the push come in, right, 90th minute, trying to push that one as far as they can, securing themselves in a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I've got to say that the way they played that game was absolutely wonderful. You know, they
Yeah.
put in all of that experience into play, you know, holding up the heels of Myanmar. And I like the fact that they understood that in the southern parts of Myanmar, pushing is not an option. So they just decided, and look at how beautifully they played when they were taking out Blackjack Esports. They were getting the knocks, but no full
Mm.
sense, because they knew that, you know, all of this area, it's rocky terrain, it's hard to drive in through this terrain. If we try to make this push, we're definitely going to get uprooted. And you could just see them just taking the time, right? Taking out those
Mm.
players or those teams that are on the north. And at the end of the day, the splits did come through to play in clutch for them as they went for that push onto that XT.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely phenomenal when the strategies work out, when the experience pays off, and you know, a big congratulations going out to the players there from 90th minute, and of course, you know, speaking about GGs and the well dones, we are going to be taking a look at a few highlights momentarily. But I got to ask you though, Crowns, what was your best play from this past match? Is there anything in particular that stood out?
I think the one thing that I would say stood out was that final play, because I've just got to give it to the players there from 98 minutes. We do not see that strategy being played so many times, you know, but it is something that works most of the time when it's tried. You blind your opponents and make sure that you push him. You know, in that position, they knew that they were at the disadvantage. They did not have the zone. And they also knew like that one player could be able to kill both of them. And then they decided to use the smokes, blind out his entire vision, and go for that full send. That was a wonderful play coming through from that team in the final moment.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on on the beauty of that performance. But I mean, it's amazing to see just how far the players here from GQ looked to extend their reach. I mean, checking on those altercations out in the blue zone, making it towards the zone itself, continuing onwards, and just logging in an absolutely insane amount of eliminations. I mean, I think they are the highest elim team for this game, right? They sat on 15, which was, you know, kind of challenged by Blackjack in our very first match.
Exactly. Blackjack were able to get 12. But the team here from GQ able to do 15, and they didn't even get a winner chicken dinner to go alongside it. So you could just tell that, man, these guys, they came in here to actually farm in Myanmar, and it did pay out for them. And this was what we're talking about when we started the game. If you're not able to put in that placement points, you might be able to put in some of the elimination points to kind of get yourself in that you know, favorable spots on the top of the leaderboards.
Well, it was an amazing play, whichever way it went. But this was that final opportunity for that winner chicken dinner. I mean, you got to say, though, X-Team, they held some decent positions here, right? I mean, it wasn't the worst kind of setup that they found themselves in. It's just unfortunate that they got outnumbered and outgunned. And, I mean, they had to take the knee on that one.
I mean, I wouldn't say they got outnumbered. To an extent, I might even call that bottling, if you ask me, because, I mean, they were up with the advantage. They had 4 players. The players there from 98 minutes had only 3, right? And in the blink of an eye, someone decided to jump the window. And I keep saying it, Timon, you have to be cautious. You know, this was what happened. And we can as well say it, that a window has led to 2 teams actually losing the winner chicken dinner in the 2 games we saw today. You know, in Erangel, it was someone trying to vault the window and it went out. And now in Miramar, someone tried to jump out of a window, and man, look at that beautiful tracing that followed through to just escort him down from that window, take him down on the floor. I would say that was actually bottling, but still I'm impressed, because X Team, I wouldn't see performances like this from X Team until we start getting into later phases of the day. And then seeing them pull this up in game 2 is kind of a good start for the X Team.
I mean, so one thing that the teams could do is ask themselves, what would Crowns do, right, in this situation before jumping out a window, right? But I know what DK would do. DK would take a look at the results, right? We're gonna be hopping over into the match rankings. I mean, when it comes to in-game strategies, please don't ask me, but I'll tell you what they did. And of course, it is 90th minute, locking in a 28-pointer right there with 13 eliminations to their name, and of course, the players there from Team GQ locked in on 21. Again, this is where eliminations really pay off.
I mean, only 6 placement points, but 15 elimination points in Miramar. That is absolutely amazing. And you can just tell the teams that were in business economy were the only ones who got the food. And GQ, they showed that, oh, we have the food, and we are here to show you guys what that food does. 21 points up on the board for the second game. And I can tell you, these guys are flying away with it.
Yeah, I mean, they might be taking over the plane for all we know. But that is where we want to see teams really rising to the occasion. But of course, as we know, 90th minute, one of the defending teams, right? Just showing us why they come from or why they've been able to make it up into PMPL Arabia. Because they are legends, right? They are absolutely insane. But it's nice to have all these upsets because also Team GQ also one of the invited teams from PMPL Arabia. So great to see such a strong representation come through. But we got to give it, from the Middle East, my bad. But of course, then the players coming through from X team also being one of the players one of the teams rather, that qualified in as well. So, well done.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really seeing the PMNC teams do so well. 911 finishing out there in 7th, Brute Force in 8th. These are not numbers that I actually see from these two teams, but I'll just assume that they're probably just calming the nerves. But at the same time, I can also say that the PMPL teams are not here to joke. You see, 2 games in a row now, the PMPL teams have been on fire, right? And seeing the way Team Darkness played, you can just tell that Darkness going up against X team there was just pure matter of experience, and you can see that it was that experience factor that they actually used to get that winner chicken dinner. I mean, being able to turn a 3v4 into a 2v1, that is just nice to see.
That's skill, right? That is skill right there. So, quite a bit of excitement already coming through in our very first 2 matches. But of course, that means that we only have 3 more left to go. And that pretty much marks the halfway point for a few of our teams as well. And on that, we of course are going to be taking a very, very quick break. Well, I mean, I say quick, but you'll see soon enough. And we'll be back right after the break with match number 3 and even more insane PUBG Mobile action. Stay tuned.
Design, they wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship MEA Wildcard Edition. Of course, my name is DK. I'm joined by none other than Mr. Crowns himself. Of course, we've already seen quite a bit of action coming through on the battlefield in our very first two matches. We still have 3 more to go. And Crowns, I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. But a little birdie, right, told me something that we asked a question and not a lot of people really responded to it, but we'll be giving the answer a little bit later on in case, people didn't know. Of course, we know what the answer is, right? Because, that's why we're sitting here, because we have answers to questions. I don't know which questions, though.
Exactly, but I do know which question. I believe the question was what team finished with the most points in the PMNC group stages. But if you want to find that out, you might want to follow us on the YouTube channels and all the social medias that is showing on your screen, as they have got some of the leaderboards up there where you could see where those teams ended up. So I'm actually giving you guys a little bit of an export cheat code as to where you could find the answer to that trivia question. But that being said, welcome back to the PMNC finals. We're about to head into the 3rd game of the day, and I must tell you, I am excited because we're heading into more, we said Miramar Madness, but right now we're heading into Chaotic Sandhawk.
Yeah, Chaotic Sandhawk definitely on its way on through. But of course, let's take a look at that question once again, just to remind our viewers in case they forgot what the question was. It, of course, is from Africa. Which team had the highest points in the semi-finals, right? I mean, we know the answer. We haven't given it away just yet. So if you think you know the answer, hit us up on social media before we reveal the question itself. So quick, get it done. Of course, the answer to the question is none other than... Drum roll, please. There we go. Brah! It's the Federalians. They locked in 64 points in the semi-finals. The highest points for one of our Africa teams. So an absolutely amazing performance coming through there from them. But again, right, tell us on social media what your thoughts are. Ooh. And Rocky Fire 55 got the answer right. So well done to you, Rocky Fire. You are a legend for knowing the answer to that question. As so many others did not. Yes.
But yeah, it is nice to see Rocket Science actually answering that question correctly. But guess what else I've got to tell you guys? And DK did hint me about this before we started the first 2 games, about Oppo, our PUBG Mobile sponsors. DK, do you want to tell them who Oppo is?
Well, as we know, Oppo is the designated sponsor or the designated smartphone brand for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues, the PMNC, all across the board. So absolutely phenomenal to have Oppo be part of all the action. And they've been part of it for so long. I remember all the way back to the Oppo Reno 5, right? Back when I started to memorize that little, that little pitch line. I mean, you can wake me up any time of the morning now and tell me, DK, what is so amazing about Oppo? And I can tell you all about their chargers that work like an absolute beast, as we of course know, and we've seen it on the ads as well. A 5-minute charge for 2 hours of gaming. I mean, that is absolutely insane. Now imagine if you let that thing run the whole night, just how much fun you can have. But of course, speaking about fun, we are going to be taking a look at our tournament schedule just to remind our viewers what the whole setup is and where the teams have come from. They fought their way through the group stages. They've shown their capabilities up in the semi-finals. And now they got to bear it all as they step into our very first day right here in the grand finals.
Yeah, maybe that's why many of the PMNC teams are not showing up yet, because they're probably looking at it like, oh, we've got 3 days for the finals compared to 1 day that we had for the semifinals. So maybe that's just why they're chilling. But man, you cannot chill when there is $30,000 on the line. First place walks home with $9,000, and Team GG, they do look like they might be having it, right? And then second place with $4,000, and I said it, DK. I tell you, 16th place is not going to be as paying as second place, because, bro, I missed out on $5,000, extra, in this tournament. But that being said, I still look at how the points trickle down, or actually how the money does trickle down now, going through from third place, fourth place, down below. Not too much differences, at least not as much as first place and second place, but that everybody is going to be gunning for that first place. And, the way to gun for that first place is by gathering up the points up the board.
Yes, so our tried and tested point system that we've been using for, I think, 2 years now? It's been a minute, right? But it works, and the teams are able to secure some decent points on the board there, of course. As you said, that first place being with 15 points, and of course 13th to 16th place being with a bag of donuts, right? But the more aggressive you are, as we saw come through in our last match, right? The more aggressive you are, it doesn't really matter how many placement points you get, because like Team GQ, right, they secured themselves those 15 eliminations and they only got 6 placement points in it, but still walking away with 21 points in total.
Yeah, and this is what I was about to say, that in GQ, they have cracked the code. Out here, they've shown us in Erangel that we can get the maximum placement points. So, and now they go into Miramar telling us that we can get the maximum elimination points. That is, I call them consistent, and they are indeed consistent. 2 games in a row now, they currently be putting up the numbers up the board, and where those numbers have gotten them to is what we're about to see as we're pulling up the overall leaderboards up on the screen now to show you how well these teams have placed themselves just based off of the first 2 games that we've had.
Well, wow, it's been a pretty good run, of course, right? So bear in mind, we are going to be looking at the different regions, right? So for the Africa side of the teams, it is going to be Blackjack Esports sitting right up in pole position on 34 points with only 2 matches being played so far. But that's no surprise, because we are only getting ready to head into match number 3 now, right? Desert Flame hard on their heels. But of course, they followed quite closely then by the players from the 911 team, as well as Wave Esports and Darkness. But now, Crowns, we need to take a look and see what's happening on the Middle Eastern side of things. As, we've got a nice plethora of teams, of course. No surprise to see Team GQ locked into that pole position.
Yeah, and also another thing that we're seeing is that the 2 games that we played together, 2 chicken dinners, are coming in from guys from the Middle East, from teams from the Middle East region. So Africa, I keep challenging you, I keep calling you out, and I end up saying this: are you going to let Middle East continue to run away with this? But I'm looking at this Middle East board right now, and I'm concerned. 100 souls. They've only had 1 game, but they're out there on 6th. That is not something too often. But I'm telling you, if I'm Team GQ at 90th minute, I will be a little bit scared, because X team is that team that would be on 3rd position, on that brisk of qualification up until the last game, and then at the last game they do something magnificent and they find themselves in that qualification spot. So in the Middle East, it's a little bit tighter on that end, but I would really hope that they can pull it up. But let's see the overall leaderboards to kind of see who is going to be gunning for that $9,000 prize pool overall.
Well, it is going to be Team GQ holding up the fort, right? Sitting on those 46 points. But, I mean, Blackjack, even though they've not yet been able to find a winner chicken dinner, right? Those 12 eliminations all the way back in match number 1 has really paid off for them, right? Because they are secured up in towards that 2nd position. And we can see them sitting on a grand total of 14 elimination points, 2 of which came through from match number 2. But now they need to double down on those efforts if they are looking to contest the players there from Team GQ for those pole positions. But then if we look over on towards the right-hand side, right, we can see Virtual Gaming and a few others still having to do quite a bit of work to inch their way up that leaderboard. But, right, we know there's still 3 matches remaining in total here today, so the teams have more than enough opportunities to get the job done and secure those points.
Yeah, and when we look at that, when we're looking at the top of that leaderboards, right, we're kind of seeing different things trickling down on the board, right? We see the likes of Team GQ with 25 eliminations up on board, and Desert Flame is out there in 3rd place. They only have 5 eliminations. right? And that just goes to show that so many of these teams, you can tell which teams out there picking their poisons, right? My poison is going to be to get the elimination points only. Okay, Team GQ, let's get those elimination points. Oh, I'm just going to be going in for the points. Oh, okay, Desert Flame, let's just go for only the placement points. And he's playing out for these two teams. But this is where I start to get concerned, because you cannot continue to lean on one side for too long. You know, you already have those placement points in ground, but now you have to battle it out, put in those elimination points, because Desert Flame, I tell you, placement points alone might not be able to keep you up on the leaderboards.
Well, I mean, we are going to be looking at what the teams can bring through, as we are going to be jumping in to a little bit of that rumble in the jungle. Of course, we are going to be hopping in towards Sanhok now. As we know, right, the plane is nice and warm. The players are about to embark on their journey. They are going to be showing us where they go. But as we know then, by now, right, stepping up into Sanhok, flight path not being all too important, right? It does, however, allow the teams to reach pretty much anywhere they want and get as aggressive as they deem fit, right? Because Sanhok is that close quarter combat map. It is going to be the opportunity for the teams that now had to play a little bit more of a range altercation to really step up and get down to business. And this could even be GQ stepping up and just doubling down on their own efforts.
Yeah, I mean, and now that this is where we start to say there's two ways this could actually go on. Right, you know, teams could either lean onto that playing Sanhok for the aggressiveness, but man, seeing how they're actually going for that placement points, there's actually a possibility that for this Sanhok game, many of them would actually be going on to grab those healing points or those placement points from the healing.
Well, as we know, right, we need to welcome everyone to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy your 5-minute charging with 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. The PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022. Now, Grounds, as we know, and as we can see also, the flight path is almost entirely over. But as I said before, right, it's not all too important. I think what's going to be a little bit more important is where that first initial zone is going to be going and what the teams are going to be getting up to get themselves situated.
Yeah, and I think with Sanhok, the zones almost get so generic most of the time, you know, and we're getting that zone on that northern edge, right? And man, I don't know what these teams have done, but there's been a lot of water in all 3 games that we've played today, as we now see quite like 30% of water and 70% of land to play with. There's a hot drop out there in boot camp, another hot drop out there on Camp Alpha. I wouldn't even say I wasn't expecting this, but with Sanhok, it's generic to kind of see the zones and just how well the players are going to play this one.
Well, let's see where they're gonna go. I mean, I'm kind of low-key hoping for nothing generic to come through on this front, right? I mean, I want to see those surprising and insane plays. I mean, that's what we want, right? That makes it so exciting for the viewers. It's of course hella sweaty for the players themselves. And again, looking at bootcamp, right? The teams are no stranger when it comes to bootcamp, because this is kind of where we expect to see that very sweaty start to the day.
Exactly, and 1 round now having to defend their bootcamp from the side there of Legends of War. And I wouldn't even be happy if I'm on the side of Legends of War, because, you know, in the second game in Miramar, they were actually having to defend Ricardo. Oh! DBS not coming in clutch, but he might just come in clutch for the side there.
Oh!
Of Vibes, I'm able to put in that shot in to do the damage. Knight having to see the side there of Serious War. He's up in the 1v2 here with only 9 bullets, not quite able to get the complete damage done, as Vibes still have to hold up that pump action, not quite able to get that damage to connect.
Oh wow. I mean, I don't know if I'm upset for Vibes' sake or, you know, what the situation is. But Vibes trying so hard to get those hits in, and again, yes, the window comes in. I mean, maybe they just need to do a hard Windows reset, right? Something, I don't know, but that is going to be the players there from 1 round having a very successful run up in towards bootcamp. And as we know, that's all it takes, right? It just takes 1 round.
Takes one round, and unfortunately, 9 bullets in the AKM. It's not up to one round to actually take down 2 players. And I believe the side there of Leaders of War found that out in the hard way, as they are now sent back into the lobby first for the second game in a row. And well, Leaders of War, this is not how you want to start day one. This is their third game now, and they've gone out early in 2 out of 3 games. And the first game not quite doing the best. This is definitely bad for them. They do not want to be getting into those early engagements, and this is where we start to mention it that Leaders of War, maybe now is the time to go back into the strategy books and try to pick a new drop spot and how you'd continue to play, especially on the maps of Miramar and Sandhawk.
Yeah, because they need to live up to their name, right? The name says Leaders of War, and we want to see those war stratagems being adopted all over the place. But, I mean, it's difficult to find that good consistency. I mean, a team like GQ, yes, they've shown an insane level of consistency, right? Coming in with some heavy-hitting plays across the board. But we want to see that maybe come through for a team like Virtual Gaming Squad. Because, I mean, they've had a pretty tough run so far today. And we know, based on the name, right, that they are a capable team, but we want to see what this loadout, I know I'm saying loadout, it's the roster, right, but what this loadout can bring out onto the battlefield.
Yeah, and I know a couple of the players out there on that VGS squad, is when we're talking about Ninja coming through from Active Gaming, one of the T2 teams that we've got here in the African region, right? And then seeing him find its way into a team that's going to be playing in the PMNC. Very, very excited to see just how well he might be able to hold it up. Going into the team, they were able to quite make it from the PMNC semi to the finals. Now here in the finals, going up against the big dogs. Let's just see how well they're going to hold it up against them. But yeah, it's a new squad, a new roster. We're very, very hopeful to see what they can do.
Yeah, as we know, also the saying goes of if you want to play with the big dogs, you can't play like a puppy, right? That's not the exact saying, but I can't say the proper saying, so that's the adjusted saying, right? But I definitely got to say, right, a lot of these teams are stepping up to the challenge, right? They're showing that they can kind of hold their own alongside the big dogs, right? Yes, we've already had two defending teams from PMPL bring in some absolutely dominating performances. But that was only the first 2. And I'm waiting to see how a team for instance, like the Federalians, right, are going to bounce back. Because they were showing their worth up in the semi-finals. I mean, Hivemind also performing quite well. We know that they were able to lock in that winner chicken dinner, right? 9-1-1. They called the emergency service because they were only 1 point behind the Federalians.
And seeing that the the PMNC teams are coming in out here, right, and having a little bit of a hard time, it kind of just makes us talk about what we keep saying about them, right? You're going up against better players now, more experience. You have to fight up against those players. So now being teams that were able to easily rack up points in the PMNC, having a little bit of a hard time here. I mean, 911 is kind of still doing it well, as we can see them on the top of the leaderboard, currently seated in about 4th place, if I'm not mistaken. But still, they have to put their minds in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it's at, right? The mind has to be in the game. Yeah, we've got the players from 90th minute held up in 3rd. We got the 9-1-1 team stand up in that 6th position. And of course, in between them, we've got Desert Flame and X Team. But the players here from Honored Souls, also one of the teams that I was kind of expecting to pop off. But strangely enough, they only have been able to secure themselves 2 points. That was also from just one match. But I definitely want to see Honored Souls now, embodying their inner Thanos, right? And just thundering across the lovely jungle.
Yeah, and that's one thing I'd like to see. They did make into the finals here based on a very wonderful last game they had on semifinals, which was a Sandhawk game. So now seeing them play their second game on Sandhawk, now with a full squad and not a 3-man like they did in the first game today, I kind of believe that maybe this game will be the game where they start to wake up the inner beast in them, the inner Thanos. They didn't have the complete what are the rings called? The gemstones.
Yeah, they didn't have all the soul stones. They didn't have all of them yet. Yeah, so now we just need that snap, right? That's what we want to see. Show me the snap, and then we know they mean business. Well, technically, they could, if we go according to that, they could take out half the lobby.
And true, we've seen them do it before. So a quarter of the lobby, we've seen them do it before, and I won't be surprised if they're able to do it again. Surprised to see them committing to this fight out here in boot camp. And this is one thing that I feel for the teams in the lobby, because with this zone, it's kind of hard to pick a spot. There's a lot of water in the zone. You don't know if you want to stay on the boot camp side of things, which is heavily to the south. You don't know if you want to go up to the Tatmok side of things. Nor do you know if you want to cross over to the Camp Alpha side of things. So it's kind of a tricky position and a hard pick for many of these teams, which is why we kind of see like a stalemate, right? Teams are just all over the place being static. And we can see a couple of teams like Team GQ, landing down to the south around Sami, and they're spending so much time in the blue zone. That kind of gives the idea that this is one of those teams that like to go for, the huge strat. Because if you're landing in Sami, the meds are guaranteed. And if you're spending this much time in the blue zone, it kind of gives you the idea that, okay, this team might actually be going for a huge strat.
I mean, it's either that or they are, just trying to play a strategy similar to what 1 Million does, for instance, right? Because as we know, 1 Million also one of those teams that like to spend quite a lot of time out in the blue zone, and then come those later stages, they just wreak absolute havoc once they make their way up in towards the zone itself. But each team rather, gonna have to kind of find their own rhythm, their own flow. And speaking about rhythm and flow, it is gonna be Stalwart now looking to apply a little bit of pressure onto the players just ahead of them. And again, right, a lot of movement coming through this way and that. And this is what I like to see, all this mobility, right? The team's trying to not stay too stationary for all too long.
Exactly, and seeing this action going on that southern side of the circle, up on the top of the bootcamp hills, is one thing that is fun to see. Fights in these positions are not very easy to take, especially given how unforgiving that terrain is. There's a low ground there, there's a high ground there, and you can just see like both teams have players on both sides of that hill, right? Holding those off angles and trying to see just how well they can hold it up. But well, we're going to be talking about holding up on that northeastern side of the circle as Blackjack Esports find themselves in a skirmish with the side there of Hive Mind.
Yeah, Hive Mind, they're going to be looking to get buzzing right now. I mean, I just looked up to the map and I was looking at this position between Hive Mind and Blackjack. Already, they do have that first knock connecting on through, but I'm liking how they are just keeping their distance. And this is actually kind of a strategy that could be turned against Blackjack because they're all concentrated within that one compound, right? So one really well-placed nade could cause quite a bit of damage in towards Blackjack. But as we know, Blackjack being one of those teams that we know come through from the PMPL, they have that extra little bit of experience, right? They know that it's maybe not the best decision to make, and I'm pretty sure they know how to react accordingly.
Exactly, and footsteps being heard. They've realized that we're a little bit too clustered up. They've decided to split out. But what I'm not enjoying is what I'm seeing from Hive Mind, right? They only have two players out here trying to take this fight. And I believe that's because they're leaving that last player to kind of go for the huge strategy. I get it. But still, you might just want to give it your all. This is day one. There's that. I feel like day one, you have the freedom to kind of make a little bit of mistake, right? Commit to the full 3v4. Try to see how well you're able to hold up against the PMPL team. So, going into tomorrow, you know how well you're going to fix your comms and, handle your self-team like Blackjack Esports.
I mean, there's no arguing with that, right? That's where we want to see teams really trying to just find that flow that works. And, I mean, yes, Hive Mind, as you pointed out, they are sitting on a 3-piece, but that is a great opportunity because they could still rush on forward. I don't think at this point trying to go for that that hill strat is going to be the more opportune approach to be taking. But looking at MG, right, they've got something cooking. I mean, Blackjack, they were all huddled in one compound. Now they're starting to spread themselves out. You can see a potential 1-3 split coming through here. But up comes Sugar now, trying to sweeten things up. But is that going to work? Because Hive Mind, they've spent so much time in anticipation of Blackjack's movements.
And I kind of like the disengage coming through from Blackjack, from Hive Mind, right? And this nice position coming through from Sarawi is actually wonderful, as he's able to get one player down from the side of Blackjack Esports. But now here's where like you have to get something grenaded. That position has already been exposed. Zeke running out in the open, 2 goes down. The communication is bad on the side of Blackjack. See, it's glaringly in front of you.
Ooh, wow. I mean, it is just action, action, action. Of course, now we're taking a quick jump over on towards the western side of the zone with the players here from Wave Esports now just being quite troubling, getting some great nades in. But it is going to be Phoenix now, or Phoenix rather, to get traded on down, as the Hive Mind are not going to be backing off just yet. Instead, they forced that disengage now on towards MG, who we can see trying to get themselves situated much, much closer towards zone. So big ups to Hive Mind for turning this entire situation on its head.
The tables have been turned. Blackjack Esports have toyed with the bee's nest and they've gotten the hive sent towards them. Now they have to run back. Now they have to fall back to, get another strategy right there in the books. You've got to play coming through from Hive Mind, being able to go for that disengage. I actually thought they were only just putting 2 players. But little did I know that they were actually disengaging, looking for that off-ramp, looking for the high ground, and being able to force Blackjack Esports to try to push in the open. What a nice position being held on the top of the roof. And it's good to see how they were able to turn the tides on that fight.
Yeah, big brain strats coming through. But of course, speaking about those big brain strats, it is going to be Stalwart and Honored Soul now going toe-to-toe with Commander now holding the angle. Oh, takes quite a bit of damage. Up comes the jump shots, but it's going to be Stalwart's opportunity to get control. Again, the windows. Yeah, man, I don't know what's up with it. They got to put a blockade in front of that thing or something, because that has been the downfall of so many players.
I tell you, like so many players going down to trying to either vault the window or vault out of the window. And at this point, I think the window is proving to be more of a threat than even the M4s. The M4s.
Oof. Yeah. I don't know, right? Maybe they just need a pan, someone with a pan to wait in front of the window. If someone jumps out, you just come out swinging, and that could be an easy clutch. I mean, that maybe could be a little bit disrespectful. I don't know, right? I mean, each to their own. But for the time being, we are going to be looking at that zone now, moving once again up to the western side. So I'm loving the fact that it's focused so far up north. And unfortunately for the side they have GQ, it is going to be PO to be the very first, prisoner of war, if you want to call it that, at the expense of the players from GQ. But where will it go now? Still a lot of opportunities. MG, of course, as we can see up north, still alive. But they could be rotating up alongside the players there from Ocean on Fire. And Ocean on Fire, I mean, they are just enjoying the spoils they've got up in Cow.
And man, seeing them just holding up in that position is kind of something that I would not like to see, because it's Sandhawk, right? You do not want to be so careful that you're just being in Sandhawk, just chilling in Sandhawk. You actually want to be that much, you want to be that team that is putting in the little bit of aggressiveness, in that play. But look, they're just chilling out there on that northern edge, right? And you can just tell they like the water. Ocean on Fire, they're actually out there close to the water, close to the ocean, just enjoying themselves. But man, I enjoy the splits coming through from high for these, right? On that northern side of the circle. It's kind of nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, a good spread, good utilization of the area, while the rest of the teams, of course, are all distracted on towards that southern edge. And this is where we are going to be having a pretty tough time for a big majority. Of course, Smash team, they are going to be looking to just, smash away a few of those elims. We got a Wave now rotating up ahead. We got Mad Knight off in the distance. I want to see what Mad Knight can be bringing to the table. A 7 reef now. Oh, goes right on down. Lelouch with a beautiful play. Beautiful spray. But 1 down, 3 more to go.
Exactly. It's action on that southern edge of the circle. Has a side there of Smash team beginning to smash that damage into the lobby, as we can see them doing in the damage. But bro, you've got to give it up for Wave Esports. 7 eliminations already. Man, them man are on fire.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're definitely on fire. I mean, you want to be on fire, but the right kind of fire, right? Not be set on fire thanks to a molly. Or maybe you just Ocean on Fire and you just OP all the way through.
Exactly. Speaking of Ocean on Fire, the zone does move away from their position, which means they would have to finally move out of how Wavy Sports getting spotted out there in the grass. We know Sandhawk to kind of hold a lot of snakes in the grass. But right now, Wavy Sports finding themselves on that tough rotation, or tough spot, as they're getting picked up one after the other from that spread being held by the side there of Hive Mind. Sorry, of Hive for Days. Well,
let's see whether or not Hive for Days are going to be doing that, or will they hit rock bottom? For the time being. It is going to be Smash now looking to push on towards the Federalians, holding on to that southern angle. But as we take a quick little bit of a sneak, just slightly towards that western side, it is still the players coming through, holding steady angles. Ooh, but the west is where Mad Knights are going up against Team X, or the X team rather. Tyson G, will he get it? Oh, it takes quite a bit of damage, and Mood now alongside Miracle making a bit of an upset here.
Exactly, and it's kind of surprising to see the side there of Mad Knight, succumbing to a team that is coming in from the water, right? Losing 3 players to that team is not something that I would have expected to see from them, or even players at all. But unfortunately, or fortunately for Mad Knight, they get help from the side there of Wave as it does get sent back into the lobby.
Well, they're still... Oh, no, never mind. That is Tyson G now getting bid farewell as they do not only run into the blue zone, but also a little bit of lead up ahead. And here we go. There's going to be the Smash team. Ilias holding a very steady position alongside Ban and the rest of the crew. I guess to see what they're going to bring in. I mean, now they have to just get out of this position, push further up north to get themselves situated. But there's a lot of opposition here, right? Federalians are going to be holding onto the compound. The virtual gaming squad position slightly further up ahead. And of course, we add the players from Stalwart and Hive Mind into that mix as well.
Yeah, and one thing I even noticed is the side that Team GQ are currently back 7. We went out with Goose Eggs, which kind of just gets me wondering, so what exactly was the play? Why did they stay in the zone for so long? Unfortunately, we'll probably be seeing what happened to them in the highlights as we continue to go on. But that zone centers up quite nicely. It's a huge disadvantage to many of these teams, but high for these, they've got a very nice advantage as they have a high hill to kind of work with.
Well, I mean, those high hills could sometimes be a little bit of a blessing in disguise. But speaking about blessing in disguise, it is going to be Virtual Gaming trying to stop the players here from Stalwart. And now Ninja has to try and defend, as the blue zone will be applying quite a bit of pressure up in their direction. Oh, but Hive Mind looking to capitalize, finds a bit of an opportunity, not getting those knocks in. But what I'm liking about Hive Mind is that they've got the chance here to just inch their way slightly in towards zone, but still hold quite a good angle onto the teams who now find themselves in a little bit less than favorable kind of setup here. And of course, the Federalians getting absolutely ripped out of their vehicles as Lelouch and the rest of the team players now just, wow, some beautiful sprays.
I tell you, man, and that's one thing we've noticed coming through from these teams from the PMPL is they're good, or how good they are with those sprays going out into the open, and removing players from vehicle does seem to be a hobby that they have gotten their hands on. But man, it's a 3-way fight going on here. Virtual Gaming Squad, Mind, and the side there of one round, all going at it on that northeastern edge of the circle. And man, it's only getting crazier from here on out, because as any one of those squad leaves this compound, they're gonna have to shots, welcoming shots from inside the zone.
Yeah, they're gonna get a very warm welcome, but not the kind of warm welcome that they were hoping for. Instead, now you can see Sarawi now trying to apply that extra little bit of pressure. They're still going to prioritize that zone positioning. I mean, they're 100 meters away, and this is going to be opening them up to the players there from Smash Team, but a confirmation comes through, and that is Ninja down for the count. It's going to be up to stop. Oh, but will they be able to stop Hive Mind as they continue to advance further and further forward? Again, the DBS comes in clutch, landing some devastation. But now look at this though. Smash Team, great opportunity they have to work with here.
Exactly, and man, it's looking like they might be getting this game for the taking. If they're able to take out all players high for these, this is just going to be a winner chicken dinner handed over to them on the silver platter. And it does look like they are doing it, as high for these not quite able to hold on to that beautiful position that they had before. They were spread a little too thin, and they did get picked apart by the side there of Smash Team, and it's looking like a Smash Team winner chicken dinner.
Well, it could be a smash hit as well, right? We'll just have to wait that extra while longer. I mean, 4 players up, 7 elims. That is the kind of numbers that you want. But a Hive, they've also been doing quite exceptionally well. I mean, even though they've only got 1 left, they're still in it to win it. But will they be able to accomplish that? Oh, Hive for days. Now getting sent on back. Down to 3 teams we go. And Smash Team, the only team still rocking a full squad. They're going up against solos.
I don't know. I don't think solos is going to be enough to kind of take the whole squad of of Smash Team out. Maybe unless if all of them, work hand in hand. But seeing that one round probably, getting taken out now, it's going to be Hive Mind. That solo player, try to see if he can hold up for a 1v3, or sorry, make that a 1v4, but I doubt, as Papa Blue is just going to be taking that player out in the next couple of seconds.
Well, maybe, because Fianzo now trying to bring in that heal strat, but I don't think it's going to pay off. I mean, they still got 5 minutes left, but I think it's pretty safe to say at this point in time that the Smash team have secured themselves that winner chicken dinner.
Exactly. Well, what a way to actually start, though, and, getting their winner chicken dinner in Sandhawk. Nice to see with 10 eliminations already on board. They might even make it 11 if Fianzo decides to try to take shots at them. But man, talk about the winner chicken dinner coming through from Smash team. We've seen them try to get good games. They started off the day bad, and now, going into the third game of the day, we see them actually getting that winner chicken dinner out here in Sandhawk. And Fianzo unfortunately will not be able to get the first, as Smash team would be walking on with that winner chicken dinner, the third one of the day in Sandhawk. They were able to overcome the chaos, and they were able to bring Sandhawk down to its feet.
I mean, what an absolutely phenomenal performance coming through there from Smash. But you got to give it to Fianzo, right? They only see the number of players left, right? They have no idea how many teams are still remaining. And if they knew that, well, that was second place, they might have maybe tried to make a little bit more of a play towards the players there from Smash team position up in towards the zone. But what a way to go out in style. Of course, Smash team are going to be picking up that winner chicken dinner with those 10 elims to their name. So a very healthy dose of 25 points getting sent their way.
Exactly, and they're also getting a huge chance to come join the remaining players out there in that business economy class, as they will also be getting a winner chicken dinner out there in their pocket. Just love to see that one. And this is what I was saying about the Sandhawk game, right? Like, we would see the huge strats coming in through, and we would also see a little bit of that aggression coming through, and we did see a huge taste of both. And I'm going to just even give Hive Mind that, because they showed us a little bit of aggression, especially when we were fighting against Blackjack Esports, got themselves a couple of elimination points, and then when it came down to it, where they needed a huge strat, they were able to put in that huge strat, grab themselves a second place finish. Wonderful to see from that team.
I mean, the strat works, right? I mean, I think it's a good strat to have as your, maybe like your plan C or your plan F or plan G or whatever late letter you want to use. But definitely don't use that as your main kind of strategy to have a successful run. But of course, your aggression at the end of the day does pay off, as we did see from the players there. Even though, right, I mean, we did see Hive also picking up a decent amount of elim. So regardless of where they place, it's still going to serve them really, really well. I think they secured themselves at least 19 points in that match. So the numbers are stacking up. They're adding up. And of course, as we get closer to the end of the day, it's going to be quite important, because it will allow teams a little bit more of a comfortable day tomorrow, right? They don't have to work as hard to just solidify their position further up those rankings.
Exactly, and we've got the highlights for you to just see how well Sandhawk played out and how these teams did in this last game of the day. And that being said, you even saying the whole thing about the huge strat not working all the time and not having that as your main strat, I'm going to call out Team GQ, right? Because nobody understands what he tried to do in that Sandhawk game, right? We saw them out there in Sami, and I know teams that land in Sami, not like it's default, but we know that teams that land in Sami always pick Sami because of the fact that Sami has got a lot of first aid kits, right? And seeing that they landed in Sami, they were there for so long on the outskirts, I could tell that they were probably gathering up meds, right? So the question is, what happened after you gathered all the meds? Because it's easy to gather the meds, but pulling up the huge strat is also not so easy, because you have to time it perfectly. And to see that they went out with the goose egg, meaning they died at 13th, makes me just wonder what happened on the rotation. How did you guys get it wrong? That's the question that I've got in mind.
Well, we're going to find a lot of answers looking at our match rankings, right? Well, some kind of answer. We don't know exactly what the answers to the questions are, but we also don't really know what the questions are. What we do know, though, is that Smash team are definitely walking away with those 25 points to the name. Hive Mind secured on towards 19, followed up by one round, locking in those 16 points. But of course, Stalwart UAE also then coming in with their own 15 points. And Hive for Days bring in quite a bit of a performance here. I mean, not the craziest with regards to elims, but still finding some decent placement points. I think that's going to bode really well for them.
Yeah, and seeing Hive Mind and Hive for these, kind of showing me what they're made of, putting off a little bit of points on the board is good to see, right? Even one round, I was saying it, they didn't actually do too well in their first game, and now coming into this game, gathering a couple of points on the board, this is nice to see. All of these teams now starting to pick up the pace, understanding they're blending into the games, showing how the groups go, and this is where I'm not going to get too concerned, especially for the PMPL teams, because I said it. Going into today's game, everybody is just playing a little bit cautiously, trying to understand what teams they're up against, how these teams are playing. I feel like today, what we're seeing today is literally a tip of the iceberg of what we'll be seeing in the rest of the days for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the start, right? That is it. It is only but the start. And I mean, we did see some good sprays coming through there from Escanor. Virtua Gaming also being dealt a little bit of a tough hand, losing their first player relatively early on in this match. But I gotta say, I like what really came through from Hive Mind, right? The way that they dealt with this altercation with Blackjack. I mean... Yes, they did it in an interesting way, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it worked out.
Yeah, and I think Blackjack got a little too hungry there, and the communications were kind of off, because we saw Sarawi on the top of the hill, right? On the top of the building. Got a beautiful knock. And then we saw Zeke move like he did not just get his teammate knocked from the top of the hill, the top of the building. That was actually bad from the side of Blackjack Esports. Not liking what I saw there, but Hive Mind able to put it up to the end of the day. So I want to give that man the flowers. He was able to do so much work into the game today, but Fianzo not quite able to nip it in the bud or give them that 8 elimination points. But it was overall a Sandhawk game, a wonder to actually watch.
I mean, it was a good run, but of course, we'd love to hear from our viewers what they think. So be sure to hit us up in the chat as well. Tell us what you thought of the matches so far and what you think is going to come through as we inch our way even closer to match number 4. Of course, it is going to be a little bit of that desert action once again. We're going to see a little bit of those long-range altercations. But so far, I mean, I think the teams are doing a really good job. So, for this first day, looking at how the teams have been kind of, grinding their way out to make it out to here. The teams coming through from the semis and the group stages. But let's take a quick look at today's schedule, just to remind our viewers where we've been, where we're going, and what to expect on next. Of course, we are going to be jumping into match number 4. So that means it is going to be Group A, B, D, and E. So Group C, they're going to be taking a bit of a break.
This one out. Yeah, exactly. And I wonder what teams are currently in Team C. But man, seeing Group A, or actually make that Group B coming back into like the mix, it's gonna be nice to see. We kind of see a couple of those teams. They've sat one game now, and now it's not a situation of how much we learn from that last game, right? With Group B, they played the first Miramar. Now they'll be playing the second Miramar game, which means they kind of know how the Miramar map works. Which means now they're chilling. They're good for the Miramar game, But then when we're looking at Group D, make that a group. What group is it now? Yeah.
Gone.
I mixed it up. How about that? But anyway.
There we go.
Yeah. We're going to be having Hive Mind, X Team, Wavy Sports, and Team GQ sitting out. And man, I'm not going to lie, Team GQ, that is not how you want to play the game that, the last game before you sit out. That is not how you want to play it, And X Team putting up good numbers on the board. Hive Mind also putting up good numbers. That is nice to see. Now they feel good while they're watching this next game, and then they can come in with the last game for fire and show all of these teams what they've got in mind.
Well, I mean, I do believe that Team GQ, they've done quite a bit of work. But of course, speaking about the work, right, there's still quite a bit of grinding left for these teams, as we are going to be taking a look at our map pool for the day, right? So we've had GQ lock in that first winner chicken dinner. 90th minute on the second one. Then, of course, the Smash team smashing it up on Sanok. And now comes the question, right? Who's going to be the team to clutch it out over on Miramar, right? Could we see the players there from 90th minute replicate those efforts and, get yet another winner chicken dinner? Or will we have any other rising stars now looking to just flourish their talents?
Yeah, and even speaking of rising stars, I actually want to see the rising stars, which is the PMNC team, win a game. You know, the three teams that have won the winner chicken dinner today are all teams that are on the PMPL, right? And it's not even nice. And what even makes it not so nice is the fact that it's not just any teams, right? It's okay. I mean, they have one team there from Africa, which is Smash, that is winning the winner chicken dinner. But you know, we're looking at a Middle East PMPL domination going on right now, and PMNC teams, I'm calling you out now. You know, this is the time to step up to the challenge. You've had 3 games to taste what the PMPL teams are all about, and I think match 4, you should be able to come into match 4 and, you know, show them, give them a run for their money. Because I mean, only 8 teams are making it into the PMPL Spring 2023, and only 2 will be coming in from that Middle East section. The remaining 6 would be from the African region. And yes, I know it's confusing because you're like, how is that going to work? It's going to mean regardless of where you place on the leaderboard, if you're the top 6 team from Africa, you make it into the PMPL 2023 Africa.
Yeah, well, the top 5 teams that will qualify through on the Africa side of things. And, you know, it's nice to add that new blood, right, into the PMPL. I mean, we've said it before, so we are going to be taking a quick look at those leaderboards as well. So for those who are a little bit confused as to what's going on, we've got the Africa one playing, we've got the Middle East one playing, and then we have the overall, right? So both regions are competing together, but against themselves as well. So the African teams, this is their spread. This is their points, right? As we can see, Blackjack sitting on 38, Smash behind them, etc., etc., etc. Now, as we take a look at the Middle Eastern teams, we can see where they are sitting on their own ones, right? They have their very own separate standings. But then, because we can and we want to, we add them all together into the overall standings to show just where all the teams are with regards to all the other participating regions, right? So this is why we have 3 leaderboards, but it's actually 1, but it's actually 2, which still makes 3.
So let's just to put the cherry on top, right? So the individual first leaderboard determines who goes to the PMPLs. And then the finals leaderboard, the overall that we see on the screen, is going to determine how the prize pool is going to be shared amongst each of those teams. Team GQ is still clinching up, holding up so strongly to that first position, as we finally see Smash Team find a way up to 4th overall. X Team still up there. And Desert Flame, see what I was saying? Still not to 1 placement points, maybe because they started out the last game. But still, you know, we're looking forward to seeing them actually putting some more points on the board. 911 also dropping down to 9th position. But man, Brute Force in 18th position, 1 round in 20th, Honored Souls in 14th, Federalians in 13th. These are not positions that we would have expected from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it does look quite interesting, right? And I mean, I don't know if the right-hand side is upside down or right side up, but either which way, it's there. It's points, right? I mean, points are points, and you know, they count at the end of the day. But the teams still have, you know, a few opportunities to try and fix whatever deficits they feel they might have, you know, whatever could be lacking on their performance. So I'm excited to see at what point and how these teams are going to be looking to patch all of that up. So, yeah, I mean, I got to say, like what you said about the different overall rankings, right? It makes actually quite a bit of sense, right? So the first 2 are for slots. The last one is for the moolah. Right, I mean, you got to break it up in some way, and it makes it once you get it, it's there. You just can't forget it. So yeah, expecting a little bit of a push to come through in the remaining 2 matches.
Yeah, and you know, some might actually even argue that these players are also playing for the experience, but deep down we know there's a little bit of that money factor involved. But anyway, DK, we're about to head into Myanmar once again, into the Sandy Dunes. Now we've got 3 teams that have been given that, you know, business class, or not business actually, economy business. They've been given that chance to sit down there. We're still out here chilling in the first class. It's I must tell you, it's cool. We've got water and we've got drinks. So a lot of those teams will actually be battling to see how they can make it up. And I tell you something, I'm actually really keeping that next this next slot for PMNC team, because I'm all about the PMNC team. I'm all about teams trying to see them step up to the challenge. And that being said, at this point, I don't even want to mention Brute Force or Honored Souls anymore. I think I'm going to keep my eye out on X team, because I said it. X team is a team that I would expect them to do well close to the end of the tournament. I know they can do that. Seeing them do well early on in the tournament kind of gives me a good feel about them, you know, like, oh, if you're able to do this, it means you've been watching your previous games, you've realized what you were doing towards the ends of the game, and now you've decided to replicate it in the early phases of the game, which is nice to see coming through from you know, a PMNC team.
I mean, hey, if that's the strategy they're playing at, I mean, I'm on board, right? Take me with. I'll open the curtain so long. You know, you don't even have to worry about getting the invite. You can just walk on forward into the curtain. And, you know, I think that's going to be the exciting part. As you've been saying, a few teams are getting upgraded to business economic. Yeah, dude, like, I'll part curtains where they need to be parted. But I want to see the teams really showcasing some pretty insane talent. And I think Miramar would be a good map to do that on, right? They have a bit of an opportunity to play at those more ranged assaults, right? Get a few of those snipe hits in. But once we get into those closer zones, right, as we saw in the previous Miramar, if we move down south, it becomes very similar to Sanok. So
yeah.
I want to see these extra little bit of an upstate come through, and teams really stepping up and flourishing. And I mean, I saw some messages in the chat saying that you know, Miramar is a really strong map. Come through for, I believe, the Africa region. If I read the message right? If I didn't. Yeah. I'm sorry, I think it was either Red Hot, Jahad, or Strange who sent that message. One of those three, they sent the message. So I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have a little bit of that dominance come through as we now progress into that match number 4 of the day.
Yeah, and I feel like we're seeing a lot of upsets, right? And I agree. We know we made Miramar to be that strong map for the Africa teams, right? But right now, we're not really seeing that. We saw Middle Eastern teams doing so well on the last Miramar. One thing, and I'm pretty sure you know from the PMPLs that we saw a lot, was the use of grenades in the Africa region. And like, we're not really seeing that much grenade today in the finals. So it's almost like there's an upset, right? Things that we would normally see in the African region, we wouldn't see it. I mean, in the African region, we see a lot of people with the Mini 14s, the SLRs, the DMRs, you know? But right now, we're not seeing most of that. So it kind of makes me wonder, are these teams, maybe is it the first day nerves, or are they not just being dynamic enough? Because it's not all about the guns in PUBG. You know, there's utilities, there's grenades to use, you know, there's a range of guns to use. So I'm keeping my eye out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. I just go with the first day jitters, right? It's just the nerves, right? They just want to, after today, I think we are going to be in for quite a ride come tomorrow and the day thereafter. But who knows? Of course, we are going to be starting up the engines over on towards Miramar. We are going to be looking at where that flight path is going to be going. But before we get there, of course, all our players need to you know, return their trays to their upright positions. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter, right? Because we've established already there's no seats. Yes, there's no seats. And I keep on getting stuck on that. And like, hang on a second. What trays?
What?
Maybe it's the seats on the side of the plane. Just pitch them back. There we go. It's tray seats. That's it. That's what it is.
Okay, that makes sense. Maybe a little bit of a cup holder on the side for them to kind of hold that, or maybe bottle holder, because I keep saying it. They need to get, and that's why you see these teams, they're always looking for those energy drinks, because you need them in Miramar. You know, the desert actually does take away a lot of your energy. But even speaking of energy, I actually want to see energy come through from all of these teams when we start to talk about like the drop
it makes
the
you
drop
thirsty.
location. I want to see them about the drop location, see if people would actually be going for the eliminations this time. You know, like, you know, the last fights we saw in Picado, someone refused to get it first for reasons personal to him. But I actually want to see what all of these teams would be doing in this next Miramar game. I want to see a nice play path, and always we know Miramar, when it comes to the zone, that is where we start to do the deciding factor. We start off slow, and then we get to the madness part of Miramar.
Yeah, I'd be happy if there weren't any major hot drops, with teams really kind of finding a good position to move into, get themselves set up. And I mean, once the whistle is blown, right, it's like anything goes, right? Rush into zone, get yourself situated, bring on the carnage, bring on the, you know, the upsets, the disruptions, anything that you can find, anything that you can muster. But it's all going to come down to what the team's mentality is, right? And what their approach and plan is to bring through into the final Murmur of the day. And of course, we are going to be transitioning over into that exact Murmur in a short few moments. So be sure to buckle up, get your popcorn and drink if you haven't done so already. We've probably got to run. But of course, with that, we'll welcome you all to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5-minute charging, 2-hour gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 Pro 5G. PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022.
Welcome to the barren lands of Miramar, as we do have indeed a forgiving playing path taking us all the way from that northern edge down to the island of Minas de Sor, and we can already see teams jumping off. And I think this is a fairer playing path, if you ask me, especially for some of the teams like Brute Force, where they'll be happy to jump off all the way to land around that opposing area. The map just cuts through the center of the map, and I even think Blackjack Sports would be happy about this one, given that. Actually, are they sitting out? No, they're actually coming back in. Yeah, they would be happy about this one because they have San Martin just directly under that playing path, so they definitely will be fine with the playing path as we've got.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one indeed. I'm curious, do we have the players from Desert Flame in this one? Because I know this flight path would be a map that they really, really want. Yes, we do, of course. There they are on the right-hand side. Yep, these are all our teams and our players, in case you forgot the names of the individuals. There they are. Take a screenshot, save it to memory. But in the meantime, we are going to be waiting in anticipation to see what that zone is going to be doing. An interesting drop going through from Darkness, though. I mean, they pushed all the way down south. Of course, we can see the zone now moving up north. And I got to say, right, from watching 1 or 2 PUBG games, a northern zone on Miramar, this could be interesting. I would maybe even argue that it could be even more exciting than the southern zones.
Exactly, because when we start to talk about the northern zone, it almost looks like, oh, there's a lot of land to play. But man, there isn't too much land to play on that, because after the Oasis, all of that part is not playable anymore. Anyway, it's gonna be the ultimate battle between the DMR and the SMG. Class are down to 1 HP, but that man has to rush for reload. 8 bullets in the 1 HP will not be able to stand up against the players there from Ocean on Fire, as this man's adding a little bit of the bad manners, the BMs, that player and taking him back into the lobby. Desert Flame off to a rough start.
Yeah, we need to slap some cuffs on towards Bengal. That is not allowed. No, I'm joking. Obviously, it is allowed. But Desert Flame not going to be all too happy with how that one kind of went down. But now, as we jump across, right, we are making our way up in towards the lovely Los Leones. Is going to be the place here from High for Days, situated a little bit more in towards the western side, right? And we can see just sharing the space there with them, of course, is going to be Blackjack, who are no strangers to dropping up in towards Los Leones. But now we want to see, is anyone going to go out and maybe try and push their luck? Or will they be respecting the space and instead prioritizing their rotations into the zone?
And I actually like Blackjack when they land in Los Leones. I feel like they're one of those teams that understand that Los Leones is big enough and they can actually share. They're willing to share for the early phases of the game. And we see them so many times land in Los Leones. They do not take fights with whatever neighbors they have, and they're fine to just head on out of Los Leones with just enough loot and find their way into the circle. But I keep saying it, this zone is out there on the north. Everybody would have to start finding a way. One round right now, they're chilling, enjoying their time, as they have the entire northern side to their what's the word? I miss it, DK, help me.
In their back pocket, right? They've got
there
it right there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they can just chill for days, right? I mean, so we've got high for days, we've got chill for days. Whichever way, it's all good. But we want to see just how exactly high for days, Blackjack, and even the players there from 911 are going to be looking to get themselves situated back in towards the zone, right? I mean, we are just over a kilometer away, the zone being situated towards that Minas Generales kind of Picado position. But strangely enough, this time around, we're not seeing a lot of love being shown up into Picado.
I mean, seeing what happened in the first Miramar game, they kind of know that okay, that is not the place to be. I'm kind of surprised, but no, maybe not surprised. You know, Hive Mind is sitting this game out, which is why Leaders of War have their fun out there in Picado. I would have said, oh, Leaders of War switch it up, but still, given that they could see that okay, Hive Mind is going to be sitting it out. They were the ones that we were fighting up against in the first game. So I think we can go back there, and thankfully for them, there is no other team that is landing there to help them, fight with disruption. And I'm really hoping that Leaders of War would be able to kind of make this game count. The Miramar game where they're not taken out early, or pretty much the game where they have to make the most of it.
Well, I mean, first, Legends of War need to prove themselves in order to become the Leaders of War, right? But either which way, it's fine. It's they have the opportunity to do exactly that. But now they're going to be pulling up. They've rotated out of Picado. We can see them heading much closer in towards Hacienda del Patron. But Stalwart, we've got them still positioned all the way up in towards Chumacera. And again, I think they're just looking to get themselves, at least somewhat sorted with regards to loot. They have a very comfortable rotational pathway if they choose to rotate in the direction of Picado. There's nobody occupying the space up ahead of them, but they can't wait too long, right? They need to try and still prioritize those rotations, as we still have about 30 minutes on the clock before the blue zone will close up completely.
Yeah, and seeing a lot of these teams already capitalizing on this zone, realizing the type of zone that they have, seeing that there's a lot of unplayable area in the circle, you could still see so many of them heading straight to that smack dab center of the circle. Nobody wants to actually hang around the edges for too long, because they know that Miramar could get really cruel with the hard shifts. So, holding it up around the center of the circle, so you know that the next shift, you're guaranteed to either be in it or at least close enough to it where you do not have, or where you start to play, or playing in that center comes with a whole lot of experience that you should have. Because it's easy to say, okay, I want to play in the center, but playing in the center will mean you need to have an idea of how many teams are just around you. I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad heading close to that center, they've got Ocean on Fire close to them. The players there from Honored Souls also around that position. So there's so many teams around them, and they just have to find that balance and understand, gather as much information as possible.
Yep, I have to agree with you on that one. Information is going to be absolutely crucial and key for the success of the teams here. But of course, there's going to be 90th minute now, getting rushed as Mad Knight. They are out for a little bit of action, right? They're like, you know what? It's been 7 minutes. I got to do something. We've already found one Elam. We need even more. And there's going to be Fireboy to light it up and take down Zakaria.
Fireboy, one of the latest additions to that squad from the Mad Knights. Nice to see him actually doing in the work for them. With the Mad Knights, we'll definitely not see this lineup. We'll see Knight and the rest, but right now we're seeing Ice Savage also being added to that list. An interesting squad, and we'd like to see just what exactly they've got in mind. Leaders of War, we're seeing them coming through this game. Hopefully we'll be able to see them show too well. Winterfell in Miramar. I don't know if Winter is going to actually fall in Miramar, but hopefully it's going to bring the cold to the team.
I mean, I guess if you turn Miramar into Winter, you come up with Vikendi, right?
Hey, kind of miss Vikendi, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good map. Yeah, it's an interesting map. It would be nice to have that extra bit of an addition come through. I mean, it is quite full of shotties and SMGs, right? You sometimes struggle to find any ARs or anything other than DBS and a UMP. But I guess that maybe kind of is forcing a bit of a meta. But speaking about meta, right? I want to see the nade meta come back, right? We were talking about this earlier, right? We have not had too many utility usage come through just yet, so maybe that could be what we'll be getting tomorrow, right? I hope, or at least maybe hopefully tomorrow. But who knows? It could maybe happen today.
Yeah, because in the first Miramar game, we kind of saw that a grenade could have actually won the game for 90th minute early on, right? A grenade would have actually even cleared up a lot of fights easily, but so many of those players not quite having the grenades at hand. Not what we see too often coming through from the Africa region, because we know the Africa region to be that region where they use a whole lot of the utilities, the smokes, the troubles, the nades, the mollies. We see all of those in play. But today, we're not quite seeing that, and I'm really hoping to see, all of these teams coming through and start to use those utils.
But you know why Africa uses a lot of the throwables?
Tell me.
Because we the bomb, dude. That's why.
Word.
Makes sense. It checks out, right? It checks out. MEA, we the bomb, right? That's why we like to use a lot of utilities. I mean, we're just so on point. We're close to the goats, right? We're almost there, but we want to see what the teams are going to bring through. I mean, Smash team already coming in with quite a bit of a smash hit over on Sandok. Will they be able to replicate those efforts? I'm still kind of waiting for Desert Flame to pop off, right? Because Murmur is a map in which we know Desert Flame perform exceptionally well if they are in the right position. And as we can see on the map, they are situated slightly towards the northern edge, not really making a northern push, but maybe they could find that flow again.
Just maybe. I mean, they've played 2 games today. This will be their 3rd. And in 2 games they've played so far, it was good. Still putting them around that top 5 on the leaderboards. So it's nice to see from them. But, this is Miramar. We know Desert Flame to be good with Miramar. So hopefully they might be able to, do more on this Miramar map as we do see a push coming through onto the side there, pushing fire from Legends of War.
Oh, well, the barbecue has started. Is it going to be Legends of War to get it, though? I mean, quite a few hits getting shot up there. Winterfell now waiting. Oh, again, the windows. But it works out, right? Bangal does survive that. I mean, I'm pretty sure there might be a few holes in places somewhere, but it's going to be no mistake now trying to close it up. But down they go, and it is going to be Ocean on Fire, who lives to fight yet another zone.
And man, I just got to say this, Leaders of War, things are not going on so well for them. But before we start to talk too much about that, someone heard the noise. It's 911 and they're coming in for of the century. They were giving that call, 911, is there an emergency? And indeed
Yes.
there is Ocean on Fire, a sexy grenade lands upstairs, gets to 2-piece, Akashi an unknown down, and the side of Ocean on Fire now find themselves in a very huge spot. That last man, Bangal, trying to get away, but I don't think they're going to allow that one go through. As that man just driving away, trying to see if he can make it away. And man, in the first Miramar, we saw Akashi being in that situation of running away. And now this next Miramar, it's going to be Bangal running away from the third-party fight. Talk about an intervention from the side there of 911.
That was almost divine intervention. But that was Virtual Gaming saying stop, right? That's what they said to the team we have right here. But I mean, that was some pretty insane plays. I mean, quality just on fire, just finding such a beautiful setup with that nade, and it just did the thing, right? But now I'm curious to see what Bangal is going to be doing. Will they be able to survive much longer, or has that been their ticket that just got punched? Of course, we'll find out in due course, though. I mean, Virtual Gaming, they've got an interesting setup coming through on this western side. I mean, we don't see any major points of contention anywhere close to them, but the sooner they can have a good bit of fortification come in, they could definitely defend against all these teams pushing in. And of course, just a quick replay on that quality nade coming through.
What a nade. And, we're just talking about, grenade usage. We wanted to see that, and I guess the players are also resonating on our frequencies as they're out here using those grenades to get those eliminations. So yes, give me the grenade eliminations. I am down for it. Stalwart UAE able to find a position up on the top hill as the end, just on the outskirts, chilling and taking in some shots at the side of Virtual Gaming squad. The zone is a blessing for all of the teams, given that it has gone for a southern arch shift, which means it's not going to be affecting too many players or so many of those teams, but they will have to find a way into the circle. I've just got to say those. The side there of Brute Force having a hard time with rotations today.
Yes. I mean, they got a brute force a little bit of it, though, to get themselves into some good standings here. But, I mean, that zone shift that has moved down to the southeastern, as you've pointed out, does make it quite comfortable for Darkness to get themselves situated, right? Because they were also just chugging along, pushing through that blue zone, trying to catch up. And now they were dealt a little bit of a more comfortable hand here. But still looking at what needs to be done, Stalwart got a bit of a setup up in towards the northwestern side. We have several points of contention coming through. We got Desert Flame on the one side. We got so many other teams that could maybe venture in. But the most immediate threat, of course, is going to be from the players there of Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, and you know, them holding it out there on that western edge is kind of nice. One thing I would have preferred to see from Virtual Gaming would be a split. You know, have two players out here in the compounds and have one player just out there on the, you know, on that south, on that hill down to the south or down further to their west. You know, having a player there for Overwatch to gather a couple of information, because you know you've got that high ground advantage, and you know, that's something I would expect to see from the teams. Trying to gather information, especially using the terrain that you have in Myanmar. Well, you know, they're not quite capitalizing on it yet. So, but we'll try to see how they hold it up on that western edge. Northern side, kind of free. Side of Brute Force realizing that they find their way in from that northern edge of the circle. Nice to see. Cannot complain.
Well, I mean, almost a little bit of a risky push coming through there with the buggy. But it's going to be Lelouch. Oh, going up against a Blackjack. I mean, you know, a little bit of deja vu here. Instead, you know, we know Lelouch, as you said before, right? They were on the Blackjack team, and now they have the opportunity to go up against some of their former teammates. But I'm curious to see what Zeke, Phonics, and the rest of the team will have for us. But Smash, right? Also one of the squads that have been doing some pretty phenomenal work so far today.
Exactly, and more like a vendetta, if you ask me. And we'll see if that man has got it going up against his team. I do like the fact that Smash team realize that that zone has won and they have to get into the circle. So it's a situation of we either have to engage with Blackjack support or we have to disengage. And it's a question of which decision they will be going for. Brute Force on the top of the hill, trying to see if they can deal in the damage onto the side of one round and make their way to the water. Not the best of position. S cannot play a little too much. Doubt it for you. And that's what I was saying, right? For you is actually that player that I'm actually looking forward to in that Brute Force squad, because I know that player is actually capable of doing things. And talk about a spray to take out the players, one of the players there from one round.
Well, we'll see how that one kind of then plays out. But in the meantime, it's going to be Ben and the rest of the players here from Smash team, keeping a very watchful eye on the squad from Blackjack. But it does seem like they're trying to kind of just wrap their way around, right? Trying to use that terrain to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. Not going to be looking to apply too much pressure because they know they don't have the advantage. But instead, Lelouch now coming through with a full-on rush. And this is the opportunity now for Black Lost to try and close it up, bring in a little bit of that coverage fire. Ban hooking up the nade. Is it going to find its point, though? It's going to be sent up towards MG while they use that opportunity. That slight bit of a distraction to strengthen their hold on the building.
Well, they did get that intro knock, and it's a question of how well are they going to be able to execute this push that is coming through. They also do not want to allow that last player on the top of the hill lose that position, which is why they're still playing out there. But man, MG is able to hold his ends, able to get one knock, turning the favor, slowing down the force coming through from the side there of Smash team. And Brute Force on that note continue to wreak their havoc on that side of the map.
Well, let's see how much havoc they are going to be wrecking here. Booth now finds this beautiful angle. That is E-Flex almost getting caught with a hand on that nade. I mean, I'm happy to see that they've actually changed it up where you can't get you know, damage sent your way when you get taken out with a nade in your hand.
Oh,
right.
Oh.
And I think that changed a while back, because I mean that for me sometimes was a bit of an issue, but now. Oh, as we look on, we do see quite a bit of that utility coming through. Of course, Blaze here from High for Day, sending out a bit, receiving a bit, but of course the rush now comes in as darkness descends upon them. And it could be too late, right? But who knows? Maybe they could clutch it out.
Exactly, that's what we love to see. 1 HP left on late, and it's unfortunately too late for him to pull off a med as he does go back into the lobby. The work might just be done. The zone might actually do the work for him, get him those elimination points, but man, it is looking like a whole lot of trouble on the northern edge of the circle. And it's kind of interesting to see one round just allow the players there from Brute Force do all the damage and make all the noise.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting position. I mean, water treatment also always quite a bit of a challenging angle to play, but with that, we did see Bengal also getting sent on their merry way down to our final 12 teams. It is going to be Beast now from Blackjack, looking to get a bit of a push. as they move in on towards Smash It. Ban on the opposite end. Are they going to be receiving that nade? Does seem like there's some decent coverage. But meanwhile, we do have the players there from Desert Flame also feeling the pressure. Lelouch now patiently waiting for the players there from Blackjack to find that entry point. Meanwhile, it is going to be brute force, applying even more onto one round. But it is going to be 4... What? How do you pronounce that? 4YO. Up on the top there.
I would think it was 4YO, but I would just imagine 4 is an A, so it would be like AYO. But anyway, it's a whole lot of cluster out here with Blackjack Esports up against the side there of Smash Team. The jump shots from MG is going to come in clutch time as they would win that engagement, but not without losing one player or make that two player in the side of Beast and Phoenix. I'd actually love to see to the zone.
I mean, but that was such a stressful play coming through right there. Of course, now speaking about stress, right? Brute force nowhere near getting themselves out of the pressure cooker as they now move up on one round, but the shots continue to fly on through. A bit of a sandwich between Desert Flame and one round will mean the end. But here we go. Desert Flame not done just yet now, turning their attention. They focus on the players there from Desert, from the side of one round. Yeah, I mean, like, there's so many squads still left, right? Still sitting with 8 teams up. But so, strangely enough, Federalians, they've actually been super quiet this game.
Yeah, exactly. And I was even going to say even 911, right? I see that 911 have had a good position for like what, 2 zones straight now, right? And it's not been making so much noise, but man, it does look like they are in straight up contention for that one by the side there of Federalians. And it does look like Desert Flame will also find himself in a little bit of trouble trying to make it into the circle as Sammy gets knocked, and now Kraken is going to be the one to try to drive like a broken buggy into that circle. And we all know the buggy, once you lose one back tire, that is all, and that's going to be a GG's. You go for the iconic spin.
Well, the iconic spin could be, you know, a little bit of spin back into the lobby. Fortunately, it's only the front tire that's out on this vehicle, so it still makes it usable, right? I mean, once that back wheel pops, that's it, right? Good luck. You're much faster if you run. But you could still use it as a bit of mobile cover. Speaking about mobile cover, a few teams are in need of that. And of course, it is going to be Roka here from Darkness, trying to find the angle. Oh, does get one Federalian, but now it is going to be Kraken trying to hold it up. Up comes that M249. And that thing is just absolutely devastating. But 911 have an emergency on their hands now.
It's a disgusting weapon to be holding, especially when you're going up against the numbers. And that man Kraken, showing that he is cracked with that weapon, has to hold it up against the full 911 team. Escanor trying to buy himself a little bit of time as Kraken now realizes that he cannot just do sending out a grenade. Not quite able to get that done, but I don't know, man. With 10 HP, there's only so much you can do as that man is trying to hold up his hands against the side there of 911. I feel like 911 is playing a little bit passively on this. You know, it's just fine. He's got the M249. But full send is something that would actually work.
Yeah, it could work to overpower them. Oh, yep, here we go. We got that quality play once again. I mean, quality's got that amazing nade a little bit earlier on. Now they close it up as well. So, you know, quality doing the thing there for 911. But they still have quite a bit of work left to do. As we can see now, 5 teams remaining. And 3 of the 5 teams are still sitting on a full squad. It is going to be Blackjack now experiencing a little bit of difficulty as MG gets knocked down. But Zeke close enough to quickly try and patch them up.
And man, this zone is an absolute... It's a pinch for all of these teams because there's absolutely no cover. The only piece of cover is that building being held by the side of 911, and you can tell that these guys are not letting go anytime soon. So it's a question of how are these other teams going to play into the circle. It's getting tougher and tougher as the zone starts to get smaller and smaller, as half, if not even more than half of the zone is just bare open fields with a couple of haystacks to work around.
Hey, you know what they say. I don't know. I mean, I just wanted to say that. But either which way, it is going to be a very difficult play now. With Blackjack still trying to get themselves positioned up in towards zone. MG, Zeke, in a world of trouble. And this is where the open expanses of where the zone has moved in towards will be revealing itself. As MG gets picked up. Zeke now trying to do push-ups, getting themselves ready for that final push. But will it be enough? They get spotted out. Yep, and that is it. 47 Eagle doing what a Desert Eagle would. Explosive.
The team here from 911 needing a whole lot of damage. They have eyes on every single team that might want to get into the circle just because of this very good position that they find themselves. Matter of fact, I see this game going towards their end. It's a run, or it's actually a game for them to lose as they continue to wreak in the havoc. There is a team that has actually crashed up onto their side, but it do look like they are handling that situation quite all right.
Yeah, I believe 911, they've got all the meds, right? So they're not going to be too phased by anybody pushing up on them. But this is where the zone does throw quite a bit of a spanner in the works, because this allows now for 911 to hold on, but it is going to be funneling all those players even closer right onto their doorstep. So if it was tough before, it is now just dialed up to 11. As we can see, Be Safe now trying to be safe as they send out the nade, using the range instead of trying to play a little bit more of a vulnerable position.
Man, Starboards, I'm actually a little bit concerned as to how much time they're taking to go for the full commit onto this compound being held by 911. Given that 911 has got the only compound in the zone, I would expect that Stalwart UAE will go for a full send, try to wipe out the squad there from 911 before trying to focus on any other person in the circle. Savage, though, running into an obvious spot, which is that shack, and I believe this lady will do justice to the rest of the HP. Fortunately, not quite picked up the position. And this is where we start to talk about, you know, the grenade usage, because if you don't use it that much, you most likely wouldn't be able to, you know, do too much with it. But Stalwart beginning that push that we've been anticipating as 911 now lose one player in this engagement.
Well, I mean, we've got Stalwart now just looking to capitalize and bring in the carnage, but there's the opportunity. It is going to be quality to get knocked on down, as why not? Does stick to their namesake, but now Escanor trying to find a bit of an angle to play up as they are trapped on that balcony. Up comes the full send as Stalwart UAE apply the pressure. Oh, there we go on the staircase. Will they get it though? Be Safe gets it in, but goes down. Up comes Why Not? And it is going to be the clean sweep. And that is the end of the road. Well played by Stalwart. 14
eliminations onto the side of Stalwart Esports or Stalwart UAE, and you can tell that they have got that record held by GQ, and they want to break it as they're out here coming through for the winner chicken dinner. 15 elimination points with the winner chicken dinner. The 30 bomb goes over to the side there of Stalwart UAE, and we have been waiting for teams to actually pull up, and now this Miramar game, Stalwart UAE is going to take it in an amazing fashion. I was saying it, they needed to start that push onto the side there of 911, and indeed they did, taking that position from 911. They got the winner chicken dinner, and give them their kudos. I give them their flowers.
I gotta say, that was probably one of the best decisions that they could have made, right? Was to push up in towards 911, because if they let 911 play that position and just capitalize and utilize that compound, I mean, it could have taken an entirely different swing. So yeah, big ups to them for you know, having what it takes to get that push secured, and of course picking up a very, very well deserved winner chicken dinner. And you said it right, a 30 bomb being dropped. And that's the way, that's the kind of points that you want to be scoring out here, especially on the first day.
Exactly, right? And seeing that they understood what they had to do to get the elimination points and the chicken dinner is just nice to see. Because, man, them sending it into that building was absolutely wonderful and crucial to their win. And I just got to say, 911, they knew that Stalwart Esports was pushing. They heard the crash. The crash did come through onto their compound. I would have expected that they would focus, but instead, they kept their focus on Virtual Gaming Squad, who had to make it into the circle. And I feel like you have to count your demons, right? Take your fights one after the other. And they did have a good start. Wonderful grenade from Quality out here. But, you know, unfortunately, not just quite able to hold it up when it got to the final moments of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, 911, they were a menace for a big majority of this match. And, I mean, well done to them, though. Brute Force, they also tried to find a bit of an opportunity, but as we saw, it was a bit of a tough run. I mean, they held on to their 4 players for quite a decent amount of time, but there was so many points of contention, especially coming through on this northwestern side. I mean, it was so tough to play. But Smash not being able to replicate the efforts that they shown over in towards Sanok. Instead, a few other teams had the opportunity to rise up, right? Like we saw now, Stalwart coming into the mix here. We had the players there from 911 stepping up, and this is what I love, right? Teams showing that the dynamic ability they have to capitalize once presented with the opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like Blackjack Esports also ran into tough luck going into that circle because, you know, they just did not have any more vehicles to try to make it into the circle, and it was just down to all the vehicles. And I think this is where 911 got it all wrong, you know, focusing so much on virtual gaming squad that they forgot about Stalwart UAE, who came in storming into the building, getting those elimination points, and Savage in that Shark, who was not able to get grenaded by any of the players there from 911, being that last player able to snatch up his second place finish for his team. Talk about a game for him. He'll be so happy about that one because, like I said, they need to put the numbers on the board.
Yeah, and the numbers are going to be quite essential. Of course, we'll be taking a look at our match rankings momentarily. But I really gotta say, right, I really appreciate the way that the teams have been stepping it up as we progress through. Right, you can definitely see quite a big change with regards to the nerves we saw a little bit earlier on. Right, the team's definitely feeling a lot more confident in their plays, in their approaches. But of course, now let's take a look and see what the standing situation is and how many points everyone was able to secure in this lovely Myanmar.
Yeah, and you know, Stalwart UAE dropping a 30 bomb on our head, getting that 30 points is interesting to see. 911 coming through in second place with 18 points. It was good given that he finished in third place, but still, they still had to put up the numbers on the board, which they kind of did too. So virtual gaming squad able to finish in third place, and that is nice to see. Federalians putting up the number, and I'm just glad to see some of those PMNC teams, you know, the semi-final teams finding their way up to the top of the leaderboard here. Brute Force now in 7th place for this game. You know, Federalians able to get 11 points on board. These are the numbers that we want to see. But Honored Souls, high for these, still in 13th and 14th. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean the noises you were making are you know, correct, right? It's like what's going on, right? We want to see that. We want to see those performances. I mean, they showed it over in the semi-finals. What's cooking, right? We want to have that pretty insane play come in. But of course, as we know, it'll be happening at some point, hopefully, in either today or in the next 2 coming days. But speaking about hopefully things, right? I mean, yes, that's a really weird segue, but who knows, right? Whatever. We are going to be posting a trivia question as well. So let's see how much attention everyone has been paying here. Apparently, it's an easy question. We don't know what it is just yet. We'll find out. Well, how many zones are there in a match of PUBG Mobile, right? If you watch PMGC, you'll know the answer because it's easy. But let's see. So I know who's going to answer. I got a few customers I think are going to be popping in answers there. But you were saying?
It depends on how you define easy, you know. So many times we don't get to see games that get to that last circle. You know, so many people don't even actually know that when you get to the last circle in PUBG Mobile, it actually closes up. Like it closes up, finally covers the whole place. So yeah, how many zones are there in a match of PUBG Mobile? Well, I'm actually looking forward to see how many people will actually get the answer to this one, you know, and be sure to drop in your predictions. We'll be rolling you guys with the answer real quick or real soon. But that being said, man, I'm still talking about like this PMNC teams, you know, putting up the numbers on the board, right? And I'm glad to see that teams are already putting up the number. There is one more game left for today, which is the Erangel. And, you know, everybody's map, everybody's field. And I'm pretty sure these teams will be able to come in because now we're able to identify, or teams will be able to identify what their problems is, right? You know, Brute Force realizing in this last game that, okay, we think rotation is probably a problem. And they were actually able to do well with rotation, but they just forgot how to take the fight, you know, losing that fight on that northern edge of the circle. So right now, I'm curious to see what these teams are actually going to pull up on the next Erangel game.
I mean, that split focus is tough, man. Split focus is tough, Crowns, right? So, you know what? Speaking about split focus, right, we need to just refocus ourselves again, right? And having said that, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned. And we'll be back with our very last match right here on day number 1 of the grand finals in a short few moments. See you in a bit.
design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey. design. They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the MEA Wildcard Edition. My name is Deacon, of course. I'm joined right here with Mr. Crowns. Now, Crowns, we've been seeing some pretty exciting days. Also, we've posted a very trivia question, right? Which has sparked a lot of discussion, even amongst us, as to what the actual answer is. I mean, we can even see a little bit of that indecision in the chat as well. But I mean, I guess the best way is to post your answer and hope that you get it right. We found out that even after having watched quite a lot of PUBG, we still don't really have the exact answer. Or we don't know the correct answer, but we figured it out eventually.
To an extent, right? A part of me doesn't even want us to display the answer, right? A part of me wants us to display the answer after this last game, because it is a trivial question. Show the question up on screen again. How many zones do we have in a PUBG Mobile match? And I'm going to ask this question as we go through the games, because I actually want to see that back and forth going in the chat, because even I out here, I'm having that back and forth too. I mean, we know the answer, but we're still having that back and forth because, it gets tricky. But anyway, welcome back. But yeah, that's the question there. So you want to put it in the chat and let us know how many zones there are in the match of PUBG Mobile, as we're about to head into the final match of today, which is going to be none other but our friendly and known map of Erangel.
Yeah, it's going to be the bread and butter of PUBG, right? The tried and tested, like one of my other go-casters says, is it's kind of the love child of, Miramar and Sanhok, right? It's the best of both worlds, right? You have the open expanses like you have on Miramar, but also you have those really condensed situations come through there as well. So we're curious to see how the teams are going to be performing in our final match of the day. And of course, we first then have to take a look at our positions, right? Our points. And of course, for the Africa side is where we're going to be starting it off to see how the African teams are going to be looking, as we know that there are a few slots available for our African teams. And if you wonder how many slots, just look at the highlighted slots sitting up at the top. Of course, the answer to that is 5. It's not a trivia question, but the answer is there.
PMNC. And I'm chanting this because we have 2 teams from the PMNC from the Africa making it into that top 5. We see 911 team out there in second place with just 5 points behind Blackjack Esports in first, who has soared into today's games. Virtual Gaming Squad also making their way to 5th. And me and GK were talking about that team being a new team and showing us what they've got in mind. And man, I'm actually liking who I'm seeing, but DK, look how close it is between 5th place to 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, if you cough, you might miss it, right? But of course, speaking about opportunities, we need to take a look and see what the situation is on the other side, right? So we looked at the Africa board. Now we're going to be looking at the Middle East board. And we are seeing a little bit of a dominating performance come through here from both Stalwart and Team GQ.
And, this being the last game for every one of these teams would mean if you're able to pull up with a swell performance, maybe not Honored Souls, but Honored Souls difference. But anyway, if you're able to put in a swell performance, you might just be able to get a second place finish. When we look at the X team at 90th minutes, we know that this is something they could do. Last time we saw 90th minutes, they got a winner chicken dinner, right? And Stalwart UAE joining us in this business economy, having fun also with that winner chicken dinner is lovely to see. Man, top 2 GQ still staying in there. I love it.
Yes, sir. GQ is still locking it in. But now, of course, we've already looked at what our breakdown was of the respective regions, right? So we know what the slot situation is for Africa. We know what the situation is over on towards the Middle Eastern side. And we'll be jumping into the overall breakdown, of course, to see what the prize money distribution could potentially be, but also then take into consideration this is only day 1, right? We still have 2 more days to go after today, so there are going to be quite a few opportunities for teams to still bring in a few upsets. Pretty much like we saw that beautiful nade coming through from Quality, right? Just finding that double whammy right then and there. I want to see more of that, right? I want to see more teams making plays like that.
And if I have not seen the grenades used so much that even when I saw the grenade, it took me time before I went to my regular wait type of thing. But it's something that we don't really see too often, and I'm actually hoping to see more of those grenades being used, because we see a lot of smoke smoke grenades being used. The smokes are used a lot, but we don't really see those grenades being used. And you don't have that boom because just that vibration alone is enough to take someone who's on like 10 HP down on his feet.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make those waves, right? The waves of change. It could be coming, and maybe, who knows, right? Oceans on Fire could be looking to create a few waves along the way as well. I think that would be a nice addition. But in the meantime, I mean, we are inching our way closer and closer. And of course, now, let's take a look at today's schedule to see, again, just remind our viewers where we are, where we have been, and what to expect next. Of course, we are going to be jumping into match number 5. So that means it is going to be Group A, B, C, and E, right? Group D are already done for the day.
Yep, and this is where, some of the teams in Group D will be virtual gaming squad, so they know that right now they're sitting down on 5th place. There's a high chance that they're going to be removed from that 5th place after this last game, so they'll be sitting down, just keeping their fingers crossed, or just trying to watch, all of these teams, watching, playing their game. So, let's see the groups that will be playing currently in this next game and know exactly who Group D is going to be watching out. So Group D will mean we're not going to be seeing Blackjack Esports, Darkness Virtual Game Squad, and Ocean on Fire. And I think Blackjack Esports, they've shown us more than enough today, having good games all across the board. Maybe just one game that they were not too good, but we'll pardon it because right now they're sitting down on the top of the leaderboards, at least for the African region. And it's just nice to see that, see them play today, coming in with a new roster, showing us exactly what they're made of, Joe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, like, you got to play the best 4 games that you can for the day, whatever you weren't able to pull off today. I mean, there's always tomorrow, right? Especially still sitting on day 1. But speaking about day 1, let's see what that overall point situation is. Right now, we take Middle East and Africa, we combine them together. And this is what the point system looks like with regards to that, that payout that could be coming through at the end of the event.
That is what a 30 bomb does to you. 51 points on the top of the leaderboard, and you just got to admire that Blackjack Esports is out there in 2nd place with no winner chicken dinner. 19 elimination points, and look at that. That's like, Middle East, Africa, Middle East, and it just shows like the Middle East teams are actually more aggressive when it comes to playing the game today. Getting a couple of elimination points. To think that one team has gotten 29 elimination points in just 3 games, that's almost an average of 10 eliminations per game. You just have to see that work coming through from stalwart UAE.
Yes, sir. I mean, that's pretty impressive. But of course, then we've got another team on their heels looking, sitting with very similar kind of figures. And that, of course, being the players there from Team GQ, right? Also then sitting on 25, right? So just a few elims short from hitting that average of 10 elims per match. But I'm pretty sure that Blackjack are going to be breathing quite easily at this point, right? They don't have to stress all too much. I mean, they're holding on to 2nd place. They've not yet had the opportunity to get a winner chicken dinner. So, it is a quite impressive performance. But you can say the same thing about the players then from the 911 team as well.
Yeah, and where this thing now becomes even shaky for Blackjack Esports is the fact that Blackjack Esports are the only team in that top 8. Blackjack are the only team in that top 8 that have played all 4 games, which means Team GQ, 911, Desert Flame, Smash Team, all of these teams, if they have a good game this last game, Blackjack being in 2nd place is going to get pushed down to at least 8th position. And this is where it starts to get painful because, all of these teams, right, they're playing to keep bouncing up. You shift from 2nd place down to 9th place, I believe like the points or the amount of money that you're actually going to lose is going to be a lot. 2nd place is about 4K, and 8th place is about, I think, $1,000. So that's like $3,000 or if not more if you jump from top to bottom. So that means teams like Blackjack Esports that will be sitting out on the 5th game every day would have to absolutely frag it out on the final day of this tournament, because if not, they might be sitting comfortable in like 2nd place, and just that last game could push them to a different position overall on the leaderboard.
I mean, we've already seen the eagerness coming through from Blackjack, right? We know that they are a competent team, so I'm not too worried about them sitting in 2nd place after 4 matches while still having quite a few teams surrounding them, right? I mean, they were still able to secure 40 plus points in their 4 matches, so it could happen, right? Come day 2, come day 3, right? They could look to just double down on those efforts. And this was just the day in which we saw a majority of the teams trying to get a feel of the competition, right? Trying to assess the opposition, trying to figure out what could be the more optimal approach to be taking. So I'm expecting, come tomorrow's matches, the teams are really going to start popping off even more than they've done today. But of course, speaking of popping off, let's take a look at our map pool just once again to remind our viewers what to expect and, of course, where we've already been.
Yeah, and even speaking about that, man, I would also want to see on that map pool the teams that are joining the other teams in the business economy class where they've gotten the winner chicken dinner, the big boys of today. And once again, Stalwart UAE, another PMPL team getting the winner chicken dinner today, and not just any other PMPL team, a PMPL Middle East team getting the winner chicken dinner. And I feel like this last winner chicken dinner has to just go to a PMNC team. Any PMNC team, I'm actually gonna take it, and I believe it's going to happen. I think it's gonna happen.
Well, I mean, as we've learned by now, right? You just put the request out there, and maybe it gets answered, maybe it doesn't. I mean, we don't know. But so if we look at the PMNC teams, right? Who would you say is your pick, right? Who would you say is the team that has the highest likelihood of potentially securing themselves that winner chicken dinner?
Left to me, I would say Hive Mind, right? And I'm saying Hive Mind because of the fact that going through today, we've kind of seen them go on that regression, or actually a program coming through in the games today. We've seen them start off bad, get better and better, gathering more points as they continue to go on. I mean, look at how they took that fight with Blackjack Esports in Sandhawk, showing that, they're kind of adapting to the lobby. So, they're showing the most adaptation in that lobby. So Hive Mind and 911 actually would be the two teams that I'm keeping my eye out for, or that I would say would probably win the winner chicken dinner from the PMNC side.
I mean, there's definitely an opportunity for that, but I think, 911, in my opinion, I think they have a really good opportunity to get that done, because they are, the one PMNC team that is also then situated up in that top 4, top 5, sitting there without a winner chicken dinner. So, if I think it kind of just serves them right to be able to do just that. But of course, that is just our speculations and our guesstimations, but we'll have to see what the teams will be bringing on through. So yeah, I mean, this is the opportunity, right? They've started off the day, gotten the opportunity to see what the kind of feel is. They've moved into the first Miramar, they've moved into the only Sanok, then jumped back into our last Miramar for the day. So we've seen that little bit of a progression, that slight bit of evolution, that adaptation, the adjustment coming through. And that all then trickles down to our very final Erangel of the day, right? Where the teams now have the opportunity to do exactly that. And apparently, a little birdie just told me that, we have a correct answer on our question as to how many zones there are in PUBG Mobile.
And now let's see it. I'm actually glad now. Let us see it. I see a couple of answers. How many zones are there in a match of PUBG Mobile? My initial guess was 10, which means I was wrong. And DK's initial guess was 9, which means DK was also wrong. But somebody in the chat got it right. And the 8th zone PUBG Mobile, as that 9th zone that we think is existent, is actually not a circle. And if you consider it, that is not a zone. It closes on from there on out. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are 8 zones in PUBG Mobile, and the one person that got it right is 56 red dots. Been active on the chat all day, so nice to see 56 red dots. Now he's not just active because he watches this game, he is very active because he knows about this game, and he can tell that there are 8 zones in PUBG Mobile. So congratulations, 56 red dots, you got a shout out, and I love to see that you were able to get that question right.
I mean, I've seen some of the statistics in previous events that Red Dot just keeps on spewing out there, and I'm like, wow, right? Maybe he's like a like an encyclopedia, right? But I mean, aside from Red Dot, you need to add Strange and Jihad into that as well, because that's kind of just the package deal, I guess. But yeah, well done to Red Dot for hitting that one on the head. But that also then means that we are getting that much closer to seeing what our final match is going to be for these teams, and who would be those ones to rise to the occasion. Is there going to be a winner chicken dinner come through there from 911? Of course, we'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts are, right? Hit us up on the chat. You can hit us up on social media. You can hit us up wherever you want. But tell us, what do you think is going to be the result of this last match? Who will be the team sitting up in pole position? Of course, in case you forgot, all the details for social media right down below on the screen. So you've got YouTube, you've got Facebook, you've got Instagram, you've got TikTok. So many possibilities and so many points of entry for you to tell us what your thoughts are, aside from the live chat.
Exactly, there's so many places to keep up with PUBG Mobile esports, and that is everything that is being displayed down on the bottom of your screens. We've been having so much fun today, and I'm pretty sure you've enjoyed it so far. So I'm sure you'd want to keep up with the tournament as it continues as we go on for the next couple of days in the finals of the PUBG Mobile National Champions. We'll be out here to remind you once again that 7 teams will be making it into the PMPLs, or into the different PMPLs going on next year spring. 5 teams would be going into the PMPL Africa, and 2 teams will be going into the PMPL Middle East region for the spring splits next year. So man, that there's actually a lot on the board for all of these teams. They're qualifying into they're trying to get to the next stage or the next step of going professional.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely stepping up into the PMPL, that is where you could, add that pro side to your name, because it's in the title, right? It's the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And we've seen some really phenomenal, changes come through in teams that have participated in the previous seasons of that PMPL. I mean, some of them even making it so far as to head all the way up into the PMGC, the Global Championships. So there are a lot of opportunities available for teams, a lot of growth, but it all comes down to how much work they are willing to put in to achieve that, because it's not something that comes easy, right? Looking at the opposition, even what we're having right here in the National Championship, it's pretty tough, right? It's pretty sweaty, and it only gets more challenging the further you go.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to be a walk in the park. You're going to have to still work for it. And, we've seen these teams come all the way from the in-game qualifiers to the group stages to the semifinals. And, even in the semifinals, we had PMCO teams who had gone through their own in-game qualifiers, gone through their own semifinals, went through the finals of the PMCOs, and not making it through that path, and then trying again to make it into the professional level, coming through from the PMNC level. So, and then we now have the PMPL teams who have also battled in PMPL, and now they're here to fight out. So that all of these teams have gone through a whole lot of work, and it's so nice to see like there's different means and different methods to that high level of professionalism. You're going on, you can go through the PMCO route, you can go through the PMNC route, and if you're lucky enough and you make it into the PMPL, from there on out you go into the championships, and then from the championships, who knows, you might just be one of those teams going into the global champ at the end of the year.
Yeah, the opportunity definitely is there, but there's a lot of trials and tribulations the teams have to work through to get themselves into that. I mean, it is as much a mental game as it is a physical one as well. But of course, speaking of that, right, we are going to be taking our approach on towards the lovely Erangel. I hear the plane is now getting ready to start up. I mean, the pilot has given us the go-ahead. I mean, there's no trays to put into upright positions. Instead, it is players now ensuring that their parachutes are properly secured. And of course, with that, we welcome you to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Enjoy 5 minutes chargings with 2 hours gaming with the Oppo Reno 8 5G. PUBG Mobile Esports official designated smartphone in MEA for 2022.
Imagine being one of these players having an Oppo Reno 8, right? Like you definitely got you're playing this game with a full battery percentage, there was 5 minutes, in fact there was 10 minutes, which means you could actually even charge your phone just in the final 5 minutes, and now you're into the game. So yeah, get your hands on some Oppo. Anyway, I do see a brewing hot drop though with the with 1 round and 90th minutes out there on that northern side of Kameshki. What's going on?
I mean, they're getting ready to say goodnight, right? That's what it is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, it's not a bad flight path. It is relatively centered up, so the teams will be relatively happy with where exactly it is that they're going to be able to reach into. But I want to see that zone, right? Because we've had that southern shift come through on the very first one. I'm curious to see where it's going to be moving this time, right? Are we going to be seeing that Matt Send hopping up into the north? Is it going to be taking a bit of a shift over onto the eastern side? Will it venture to the west? Or will it just center up? We've seen that as well. But we want to see the teams being tested. And of course, it does move over onto the western side. So it is going to be a complementary flight path and zone combo here.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm actually surprised to see is that hot drop that is coming out there in Pochinki, right, between Federalians, and I believe it's going to be the side there from Biscay is in what team again? Oh my goodness, I forget. But anyway, I wouldn't be expecting to see that hot drop, given that the school area is totally empty. We do have a team in Rozov, but school, a place where it's actually nice to have like a split drop. But we don't have any players there. Rather, we now have like a hot drop between Federalians and not 90th minute. I forget the name, but anyway, Federalians out there in Pochinki. I feel like that's not something we should be seeing happening right now.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I mean, at this point in time, the teams should already know or have a pretty good guesstimation as to where the opposing teams are going and what they're going to be doing, positional wise. But who knows? It could result in a nice little bit of excitement, seeing that this is the last match of the day. But the Federalians going up against the players here from Legends of War, so this could be quite the epic battle.
No way. And at this point, I'm like, Legends of War, what is going on? You're getting, I mean, that's probably one of these bad things that comes with, landing in the hot drops of each maps. But, having a hot drop on all three maps is not the best, And now they're out here with the side of Federalians. Pochinki, you don't have so many vehicles, which means, falling back away from this fight is not really an option. And Legends of War, so far today, they've not really shown us that they're very good at defending their drop spot.
Yeah, so I mean, it could definitely swing either which way. I mean, both teams have the opportunity here to lock in those elims, to lock in those points, and then say that they've been able to clean out the entirety of Pochinki into the PUBG Mobile National Championship.
Pochinki being one of those places where you just have to so many buildings. You have to just be so aware of what is going on in your surroundings. So many buildings you can get on top of the roof. So many angles that could also be held against you and your team. So there's a lot of strategy that does come into the place like Pochinki, and I'm looking forward to seeing which one of these teams will be able to defend it to the max.
Well, defended or rather, wow. I said before, like off camera, that I haven't run out of English yet today, and I just did, right? But either which way, defended to the max they shall, and they have to, because that's the only way they're going to get out of it, because it is also quite centered up in zone. So if they just stay here for the time being, I'm pretty sure that there are going to be other teams that will come venturing up, looking to contest them for a little slice of that Pochinki pie.
Yeah, but then that's the thing that comes with landing in Pochinki, right? Like I said, you do not have too many vehicles. You would have to venture out towards the school area before you start to see vehicles, or you venture towards that Gatka area before you might even find a buggy, or you have to start heading towards that bridge before you start to see vehicles. So you want to fight in Pochinki as quickly as possible, so you have the time to go in for that rotation or to grab those vehicles, because as much as staying in Pochinki is fun, you do not want to be there for too long, right? So finish this fight. It's looking like a stalemate, but it's going to only get worse if another team decides to rotate into Pochinki.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity for it to get way, way worse than it is. But I mean, Mason, we've got Danzo, we got Max. Come on, take it to the max. This has got to be that opportunity. Who's going to get it though? Hamodi is cooking it up as well. But it's a bit of a stalemate. Well, oh, hey, there's a bit of damage. We saw a little bit of damage come through. And now Mason, ready with that Uzi, getting ready for the action here. Federalians, I mean, I think they maybe heard you, right? They said, we want to be one of those semi-final teams to get that winner chicken dinner. Now, if you want that, you're going to have to fight against the Legends of War to get that done. Or disengage and hope that you don't get sprayed down.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the position that the angles that the side there of Federalians are holding, one would almost call it camping, but I think we like to call it a strategic positioning.
Yes, and strategic delayed rotations.
There you go. He gets it. Because right now, if any player from Legends of War enters the bottom floor of that building, and that's a GG's. And that is literally a GG's. They're gonna get thirsted by Danzo and knocked by Max. It's gonna be one of the two, or vice versa. It's gonna be one of the two, no in betweens.
I mean, it's pretty insane, right? I mean, someone's got to risk it though. So, who are we putting our money on? Well, no, we're not doing that. Who's going to be the player to push up first and show us what they've got? Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of action coming in. Oh, no, that's just moving. All right, never mind. But the rest of the teams, I mean, aside from Pachinki.
Every other person, it's fine, no?
Yes. Yeah, but they're all just moving up, but there's no insane show of aggression, right? Everyone's just like, you know what, it's the last match. Let's have some fun. Let's play a good game. You know, let's get it done. But I think once we hit that second phase, which is 1 minute and 45 seconds away, the teams are going to go like, you know what, that was fun. But now it's time to get down to business, right? Now we have to step up and really just, you know, shake the heck out of this table.
Yeah, and you know, given the fact that many of the teams happen to be in the first zone, you know, kind of just gives them that little bit of peace of mind. Like, okay, we'll just wait till the next zone shifts, and then we'll find our way into the next circle, trying to see how well, you know, we can play in. Buggies, when they explode that way, it's very painful. You know, the instance that buggy just tumbled, you just see it, the boom, straight back into the lobby. I don't even think it knocks you. I think it literally just eliminates you instantly.
Yeah, that's just a big nope, right? But I mean, the buggy is still a lot safer than the 3-wheel of doom, right? And I'm so happy that we haven't seen anyone use the 3-wheel of doom so far today just yet. They might have, but I didn't see it. So, you know, they get a lucky pass on that one. But it does seem like there is still no development up in towards Pachinki. Instead, we have teams pulling up in towards Malta, as we just saw, you know, with a lovely buggy spin. But, yeah, I mean, we've got a nice bit of positioning coming through here. Even the players now from High for Days, right? They are moving in on that western edge, and that could be that extra little bit of a kicker we need to get the action in Pachinki going. Yes, there we go.
There we go. The flank has been found. One player has also been found. It's going to be Hamodi, who's going to get instantly thirsted. You know, there's a door, right? There's a door. But anyway, Winter with a little bit of BM, trying to use the fish to get the damage done. And this is where Federalians now, they have to, you know, step up to the task to not get disoriented. And I was just about to say, like, if I were to be leaders of war, I'm just going to pull away from this fight because, I mean, it shows me that the other team that is here is not ready to fight with me. Right, so I do not want to waste any more time. This is Pachinki. I do not have that leisure to waste time, so I'm just gonna go find my duty and get out of here. And I believe Winterfell is gonna get felled by Max as he goes down. The instant thirst follows up suit, and the side there from Federalians now gets the momentum back on as they're able to get a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I guess the Legends of War said, you know what, winter's coming, so we have to make something happen here. They pushed up. It is Winterfall down. It is Vibes now down on their knees. It is up to the flame, and no mistake to try and maybe clutch it out. But looking at how they've been holding on to Pachinki for so long, I don't know where to go. It is going to be Mason and Max. Look at that M&M action. Now doubling down, but down goes Mason. And Max now having to try and defend with that DBS and the Bison combo.
Yeah, and talk about a combo. One's got the bullets, one's got the damage, and that man has got both of them. Does he have the skill to balance it up? That is what we want. Like Flame would happen to be the last player left. He probably spots that reason, sees it, he tries to find the angle, gets it. One more player goes down, and it's now down to the 1v1 La Flame, trying to look for that angle. He's got that auto shot in hand, the S12K going up against the DBS. This is the master showdown as both players looking close to each other. We see the push coming in through the DBS being initiated. That damage is huge as Max still looking to get that damage. He knows that there's windows. He cannot jump it. Finds the angle down to 1, and he's not going through the window yet because he knows that if he tries to vault that window, it might just be the end of him. And his teammates are probably cheering him on to go for the fight and not the revive. Oh,
well, you're going to take it to either the window or the wall, right? And of course, as we've seen now, La Flame getting hit by by the extra little bit of a blessing, but that could be a nade to end it all. But that is not going to be the situation. Instead, we do see the rest of the teams now just converging in towards that center zone. Of course, the zone itself has taken a slight bit of a shift over on towards the eastern edge. So it's now centered up right in towards pretty much that western bridge, pretty close to it. So we'll see where these teams go, but it does seem for the time being that it's going to be the Federalians. Oh, facing a little bit of difficulty as the Legends of War are looking to close up this engagement. And then maybe you look elsewhere.
This is where confidence comes into play, right? If only he had gone for that full send with the DBS, he would have gotten this fight ended. But now, Leaders of War are able to get that 2-man reset and able to turn the tides on this fight. Now it's now a 2v1. And I feel so bad for the Federalians. They had the edge, but unfortunately to be sent back into the lobby if they're not careful. Actually, they've already bottled this fight.
Yeah, I mean, because they were sitting there for what, close to 10 minutes, you know, pulling out charts, doing their assessments, you know, drawing lines all over the place. But essentially, at the end of the day, you know, you just maybe sometimes have to wing it. And now it's all going to come down to what La Flame and Vibes are going to be doing for this idea of Legends. I mean, they're in hot pursuit, right? They're hunting it down. Oh, and they found it.
They found him.
There we go.
They found him. They found him. But anyway, we'll see. Maybe they'll be finding the zone. As a little bit of Pochinki is in that next zone, we get a north-eastern shift favoring the north of the Potato Hill. We see one round holding up on that position. I keep saying the Potato Hill. It's a wonderful place to be in, but you cannot hold it on a full 1-1-1 split. You're just going to end up getting picked up apart. So you have to share it with another team. It's just a matter of how well you are defending. But anyway, we're going to be coming in through, and this is where we start to see the clusters.
I mean, I guess on Potato Hill, it depends on where it is positioned within the zone itself, right? Because I've seen teams defend it with a 1-1-1-1 split all over the place, right? But it is because the zone was a little bit more favorable. And speaking about favorable, that is the players here from Team GQ just going in with the pew-pew, as they've already been able to secure themselves 4 eliminations. And this is the kind of aggression that we want to see, right? Teams getting right down to business, pushing on forward, and not going to be, you know, trying to secure a good position. Instead, they look to create a bit of an upset.
Yeah, and this is one thing that I enjoy seeing from Team G. The fact that their last game that they played, they did not play too well, which was the Sandhawk. And now they're coming into this final Erangel to just end things on a better note, you know, than they did on Erangel. 4 eliminations to already get their morale high. That is just nice to see.
Yeah, definitely quite nice to see for them. But as we look on towards the players here from Desert Flame, they're also now just going to be looking and seeing what the teams there, or the players rather, from Mad Knight are doing, as they are also then rotating their way on through. We do have Cool Boy from the Stalwart, as you can see on that mini map, positioned on towards that southwestern side. But Agent 47 are coming under heavy pressure. The shots not doing the necessary connections. But this could be an opportunity for quite a bit of a clapback. I mean, Team GQ, they have a bit of a spread here, but Mad Knight, not the one to really bow down to a fight.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen them struggle a little bit with rotations today, and seeing that they're able to make at least this rotation with the hair on their suit. It's kind of nice to see, but at the same time, we actually want to see the Mad Knights that we know take that fight, get a little bit aggro, and you know, go into the circle. I'm very skeptical about the position that GQ is deciding to hold here out in those own fields of Pochinki. I mean, you do have a little bit of the terrain advantage with the cover, but you know, it's not the best of places to be, especially given that there is a chance that, you know, that zone will most likely not favor that position. So GQ, you might want to slim down that split, probably hold on the top of the hill rather than, you know, go for the open fields.
Yeah, I have to agree with you that field position is sometimes a little bit tricky, but I mean, they're trying to push it even further. As we can see, it is going to be AZ now reaching in. We do have a little bit of mobilization coming through from a few of the other players here. I'm curious to see what Evo Station is going to be doing. They've now decided to rotate all the way up north. We can see them now just appearing on that mini-map. But the zone has taken a shift, moving further on towards the eastern side. And that is going to be Stalwart now coming under pressure here. Supra is down. And why not? And Be Safe are going to be looking on, trying to find a bit of an advantageous angle here. But Savage staying true to their name and now just raining down chaos as the utilities get sent out, but not finding the necessary damage.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, when we get an Eastern shift, we trouble on the West. And Team GQ is in for all of that trouble as they start and coming for the third party of the Centurion to the side there of Mad Knights and Stalwart as they get 2-2, nail to nail out there on that fight.
Yeah, that's not what you want to have, but of course, a lot of teams having a very, very similar kind of play here. Go on through, and here they are now trying to find that approach in. I mean, looking even at what Stalwart is doing here, it's quite interesting. And of course, now another question that we just had come through, right? And I mean, maybe the chat can help us with this one, right? Give us the answer, right? The Tesla in-game, does it require fuel, right? Does it require the normal fuel like any of the other vehicles?
I think I have
special? And it can just keep going. I actually want to see what the chat has to say.
Yeah, I know they changed the name of the gas cans to turbo cans, so I think that's Tyson with a spray onto the players there from Stalwart as we make it into the circle, not quite able to uproot them, a couple of white here and there, but it's not enough, and I believe that is going to put him in a very, very tough spot because now he has to find a way to leave here. All of the team on the West, they are having a hard time moving out and rotating into the circle, which would mean that they would have to run into more trouble. Desert State getting full sent by the side of mine, and it's going on one after the other. Desert Flame, they used to.
I mean, big ups to Thanos for spectating that for us, right? Beautiful job done on that one, you know, like 5 points going to Thanos, you know, some 5 DK points right in there, not with anything, but well done nonetheless. And now it is on to the rest of the Honored Souls team to see how they are going to be dealing with all these players spread out before them. I mean, Hive Mind just showing up so aggressively as we had them rushing in on towards Desert Flame, but it seemed like Desert Flame is still alive. The shots connecting on through, and of course that slow, steady tap coming through with this third-party allegation.
And man, talk about the fight of the century, and everybody just seemed to want a little piece of that action as Desert Flame find themselves in a little bit of a pinch. They do look to be handling that situation quite all right, except you now, as they've been taken out completely by the side of Hive Mind, with all players still alive on that one. But I think there is an instant third party coming from the Leaders of War onto that fight as we can see more engagements happening there. Potato Hill trouble as we see Team GQ running straight into that position. 9 eliminations already for this team, and you can tell having fun with it.
Yeah, definitely looking to have quite a bit of fun. I mean, yes, they are down on 3 players, but that's not going to be the end of the world. Instead, they have a potential opportunity here to find the plays now with regards to 1 round. But a quick little bit of a move come in. We do see Wave Esports also still trying to play on this western territory, but the zone continues on its path. It moves further to the east, further raising the level of difficulty, the level of complexity, and the amount of carnage that these teams have to work with. Still sitting with 11 squads up, 36 players in total. But where's it going to go for Wave, though?
I mean, it's more of a situation of how do you want to make it into the circle. We've got a lot of teams that realize that the northern area is where to play, because I mean we only have of the farm area and that little steep of the farm area, so everybody wants on that northern edge of probably somewhere on the east, right? So it means like every team that is on the south, they know the south is not the best of options. So when looking at teams like 911, they're in a lot of trouble. Even the side there of Honored Souls, they're in a lot of trouble because they're actually on the south. Everyone can see them.
What was that though, Commander? Just getting flung out of that vehicle, a little bit over eager to get started with the fight. But now it is going to be Hive Mind looking to regain a little bit of control here. I mean, it is going to be Honored Souls applying so much pressure. Up goes the nades. Valesco quickly just trying to patch themselves up. Gets that reload in. Up comes the push. The pressure on. It is Shroud now getting covered in lead. Up comes Brad. The shots are in. Down they go. And now it all relies solely on Thanos. Can they get this 1v1? And the answer is no. Oh, but look at that. Legends of War also getting packed up and shipped off.
What is baffling me is the fact that that player there from Honored Souls, they had about 4 grenades. They could have sent everything into that building and they would get the 2 eliminations. But they decided to go in with the weapons to fight. And this is what we've been saying. There are some engagements that you do not necessarily need to use the guns to fight. You could literally just go in with the grenade and get it. And that is one of the situations where we find it. You see a full set coming through from the side of GQ. onto the side there of Monotone. And man, this is actually a lot of trouble coming through. The third party is almost connected, but it's not really there.
I mean, you can even add Smash into that as well, but up comes Evo Station now, trying to look over onto the players there from one round. But they need to be careful, because as you've said, right, we got a Wave, we got the players here from GQ, we have the players from Smash, we've got Honored Souls also now trying to survive. What a play that is from Thanos, but there's the nade. That is what we were wanting to see. Teams, instead of rushing in, using those utilities, just clear the path.
And he did it, cleared that path back into the lobby for that team. But anyway, we're down to the final 6 teams. A couple of full squads still alive. Good to see Brute Force still alive with 6 elimination points to their name. 911 with 4 players alive, 0 eliminations. But man, GQ, they are running away with this one. They're having so much fun. 9 eliminations and they get the next zone, which shifts down to that southwestern edge.
Oh, I mean, but that is looking pretty nice, especially if you team Wave or GQ, right? Already well established. Now it is going to be the players here from Brute Force having to find a good approach. I mean, they do have a great opportunity onto Wave. As you can see, Iron now meeting up with Lead. Up comes the push. Now this is that opportunity. Brute Force, if they ever wanted to bounce back, already been able to lock in those 6 elims, 4 more up for grabs. And there we go. Now they have to keep the pressure up, but they have to watch out for the sprays coming through here from Smash team. And that is a beautiful 3-way fight that we have going on.
I was just about to say that Brute Force has to find a way to push up onto Wave without getting third-partied by Smash team. And they did get that grenade sent into the shack, but unfortunately the follow-up cannot continue because that third party is very imminent. And now we start to see the smoke grenades coming into play, and that's something we've been expecting. Now Smash team, they've got all eyes focused on the side of Brute Force. That it's almost like they're forgetting about the guys there from Wave, but Brute Force, they continue to send the grenades in. It's excellent, it's wonderful. As they're connecting 3 players down to the grenade, and now it's the time when they send it, and the final grenade to send them back into the lobby. This is the Brute Force that we know, and this is what we've been expecting.
Man, absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from Brute Force so far. And all they got to do is just keep those numbers coming. They are still rocking a full squad, but another team that also still has a full squad is going to be 1 round. So that could pose quite a bit of a challenge for them. But Team GQ could definitely assist in that, as they are now getting ready for a bit of an altercation. We've got 911 also holding on to that more southern approach. But there we have it. It is going to be 911 ahead as the players from Brute Force pick up yet another knock. Evo Station rather, getting blown to pieces. And this is now where it all boils down to, as we are approaching that 7th phase. Teams have the opportunity to secure themselves a good run for that winner chicken dinner.
I've been quiet the whole day today. I'm looking forward to probably bring out that aggressive progress out here in this final game. But man, I think the side there of Brute Force will be so hard around is able to take out Team GQ, because GQ does happen to be that team who is standing in their way for the winner chicken dinner in this game. They look to be grabbing that revive up onto Evo Station for 1 round. Still have to hold it up on that northeastern edge of the circle, and this is where it starts to get crazy, because this next zone shift is actually going to be crucial, as we do get like a center up on that southern side. And oh my god, Brute Force, they still have that zone for 1 round, and GQ, they have to fight it out to know who makes it into the final phase.
I mean, Smash, they have it slightly a little bit more easier this time around, right? I mean, we see them sitting more towards that southern edge, so maybe all the fighting up north will look to kind of have all these numbers moving pretty soon. But look at that now. It is going to be Brute Force coming under fire as Bad looks to reach in. Instead, it is going to be Elias accompanying their teammate, finding the knocks there. And this is the whole situation slowly starting to turn on them. But up comes the rush. It is going to be the players here from GQ who get that squad wipe over onto 1 round. And with that, only 3 teams now remain. But Brute Force still not having a clear line into that potential winner chicken dinner.
This is where it gets painful for Brute Force, because Brute Force absolutely needed 1 round to win that fight against GQ. And now, because GQ has the information, GQ knows about all of this movement that is going on between Brute Force and the side there of Smash team. So right now, Brute Force, they really have to clear this fight so they can start to focus on the side there of GQ. As you can already see them, they understand that concern and they're already facing their attention towards that position. But they really need to get Smash Team out of this lobby as soon as they
Well, will they be able to get the job done? We don't know just yet, but it is all going to come down to the wire already. Brute Force on 13, GQ sitting on 13. The only team not on 13 is Smash Team, but they're going to be looking to just bulldoze their way on through as they are rocking it out with a two-piece here. Evo Station, I keep on wanting to say Geo Station, does find a beautiful spray, but now Ban all takes quite a bit of damage, quickly managing to drop down. And this is the opportunity now for Brute Force to just advance a little bit further forward, maybe get a bit of an angle on towards the players there from GQ. But Smash Team definitely going to be posing the biggest problem at this point in the game.
Yeah, and this is where it gets sad for the side of Brute Force. They've lost. They're down to the final to Neds and Foyo or 4YDO. Man, I've got to find this player and ask him how that's pronounced. But anyway, I'm going to leave it with Ayo right now as he's trying to hold it up. But man, this is so sad for them because they were looking so close, already up to 13 elimination points. And man, you can already tell that GQ is trying to break their already set record of 15 elims as they want to continue to put in those points on the board. But Smash Team right now, they're the needle in the haystack right now. The spanner in the works. They can actually decide this game. Whoever they decide to take out first is actually going to be crucial to who wins this game.
Yep, 100% agree with you on that one. And of course, as we can see now, right, Smash Team, the only team currently positioned up in towards zone. Brute Force needs to move on forward. GQ needs to move forward. And now it all comes down to whether or not the teams will be able to secure their footing come this phase. And there we have it. The nade is in. The Brute Force rather down to only one remaining hopeful. Of course, Neo is going to be huddling up in that little shack, just trying to breathe it up quickly, get that boost going. Will they be able to make it in? Blue Zone about to catch up with them, is going to be applying a lot of that pressure, but now GQ right here on the edge, waiting patiently, and that is the end of the road as Brute Force gets sent on back. Now comes the quick dash. It is going to be the players now from the side of Smash looking to hold on. We got GQ riding absolutely high, sitting on 16 eliminations. Are they going to push it all the way up on towards 18? It's going to be easy to get taken on down. Now up to Ban, and off they go. It is secured. That was such a glorious chicken that are coming through from GQ. And if I'm not mistaken here, Crowns, that was their second chicken of the day.
Yes, it was. Oh, I am so pained. Brute Force came so close. So close. Oh, what a win. What a win for GQ. And you can tell the instant they saw that player get taken out by the blue zone, they're like, that's our cue. Remember, I said it. Team GQ, they knew about that scruffle that was happening on that western side of the map. They knew that there was a team there. There were two teams there. And then they decided to focus on one round on the east, take out one round, and then it was now down to the team, just helping them with the side of Brute Force. The instance Brute Force went out, they're like full send into that position. We know that they just kept on saying it. They know that is where those players are, and they indeed got that winner chicken dinner. GQ coming in today with absolute class. I cannot beat them down for the second winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in clutch with the elims there as well. But you also got to give it up to Smash Team, right? I mean, they kept us on our seats. It's like they could maybe potentially even get it, right? They were locking in those angles. They were locking in those sprays and keeping the pressure up. Yes, of course, they didn't lock in all those elims. I mean, they were still sitting on like, what, 6 or something in that ballpark. But it was still an impressive performance. But either which way, right? Brute Force, as you were saying, really stepping up and showing that they are the team that we've been waiting to see perform, right? I was wanting that performance. And with that, of course, you know, you got to give a big GG going out to the players there from Brute Force. Even though they didn't get the chicken, they still get a piece of our hearts.
Yeah, and you know, they actually got a ton of elimination points, you know. I think they got about 15 to the end game. And man, if we roll the highlights reel here, it was fun field from the beginning. Actually, it was intense from the beginning, starting with the fight out there in Pochinki for from Leaders of War and Hive Mind, and then going all straight to the ending of the game. It was absolutely chaotic.
Man, but I gotta say, what a way to close up day one, right? Quite a bit of sweaty action all over the board. I mean, Erangel never disappoints, right? It just never does. It's always that extra bit of a kicker. I mean, we started off with such a nice, tranquil early game. Nothing was happening. There was no upsets. We had a lovely, picnic up in Pachinki, and then it all just went downhill from there. I mean, the players just dialed it up as high as they could find it. And of course, even Thanos went snapping every now and then.
I tell you, and you see that little shack, that little building, there was like about 3 teams went out in that position, and that's just how good that position was on that northern edge. And then the zone left that position. This was the push I was talking about. GQ knew everything that was going on the west, and they went for one round. And the instance they started that fight, that made absolutely crucial onto Brute Force. The instance they went out, they went for the winner chicken dinner and took that game just right home. And this is one thing I enjoy to see from players, right? They know which opponents to take out first, and both teams knew it that we have to take out Smash Team one way or the other. But then we cannot take out Smash Team, which means we have to wait for the other team to go out. So Brute Force needed Smash Team to take the fight with GQ, and GQ also needed Brute Force to fight against the side there of Smash Team to decide who was going to win that winner chicken dinner. And talk about, and I would actually give Smash Team their kudos, because being able to hold up your own against 2 strong teams who have so much momentum going into the final stages of the game is actually a lot, and that's nice to see.
Yeah, definitely quite nice to see. You know what's also quite nice to see, right? The match rankings, right? So let's have a bit of a look and see how many points all our beasts acquired in this very last game. Of course, there's going to be Team GQ walking away with not only a 30 bomb, but a 33 bomb. So what a phenomenal performance that is. That's definitely the highest one that we've seen today, right? I mean, it might have been the highest one, potentially, that we've seen so far, right?
Yeah,
I'm speaking of the correction.
Yeah,
but I think it's right up there.
Yeah, we've only seen 30 points, the maximum today. Then after that, it was 27, right? But now we're seeing 33. It's almost like Team GQ saw that winner chicken dinner on Mirrorman and is like, who are these guys? What do you mean a 30 bomb? We can do better than that. And you can just tell that they wanted to top that elimination count. They had 15 before, which was the highest of the day, and now they've put in 8 on the leaderboards. This is just wonderful to see. But Brute Force, I'm so glad that right now we're seeing more of those PMNC teams now showing their worth, right? Brute Force now able to get 23 points on the board. That sets them in a good mental state going into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, you can't argue with that. I mean, it is just going to do something absolutely phenomenal for team morale come tomorrow. But again, a really good effort being brought through here. I mean, even if we look at what happened to the other teams, right? Legends of War, they might have gotten off to a little bit of a slower start up in towards, the lovely Pachinki. But either which way, they still managed to secure themselves those 6 elims. Hive Mind also bringing in 5 elims across the way. But if we look onto the opposite end, I mean, it's like, well, hopefully the teams can double down on their efforts come tomorrow, right? We want to see those extra points.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to get very painful, because with Mad Knight and 90th minute actually finishing in 15th and 16th respectively, that is going to be very bad, because we know that when it comes to that Middle East region, only 2 teams are going to make it. 90th minutes were the second team on that leaderboard, and now they were not, able to get as many points, which means they will most likely get kicked out of that second position, and one of these other teams might just be able to climb up on the top of the board. Remember, all teams in the Middle East region had 1 more game left to play, so which means they had all the chances to climb up the leaderboard. But to know what's happening on that leaderboard, let us roll in the leaderboards as they go in, as we'll be checking out Africa first.
Yes, sir. We are going to be jumping in to see what the Africa board looks like, and of course, right up in pole position is going to be Smash Team, taking up some residency right here. 1 point ahead of the players there from the 911 team. So what an absolutely phenomenal performance they've done. I mean, also the most aggressive team so far, at least for the Africa side, right? Sitting on those 20 elims, 1 ahead of what Blackjack Esports have been able to do today. But there's not a lot of points separating them. So I'm expecting quite a bit of a shift, quite a bit of a move come tomorrow's games, right? I mean, before you were talking about Blackjack, maybe worrying about where they are, but looking at this, I mean, I think they're good, right? They don't have to stress all too much.
Yeah, and it's a huge sigh of relief coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports, seeing that they were only bumped up from second place down to third place, just 1 point separating them between second place. So they know like they're still in a good spot. Desert Flame, I called them out starting today, and I did say that you cannot just do it based off of placement points only, right? And seeing them just jump down to 8th position is just very sad to see because, they were not quite able to get all of the points that they would have needed today. That being said, looking at one round, I'm actually very happy one round in this 6th position in the game because they started off today very poorly, and then now you can see them just out there in that 6th position. So yeah, it's nice to see.
Yes, sir. And what's also quite nice to see is the overall standings for the Middle East. Look at this though, right? GQ, I mean, they just figured it out today, right? They just did 43 elims to their name, 2 winner chicken dinners, and 79 total points. I mean, that is insane. Absolutely exceptional performance coming through there from them. But then, of course, we can look at Stalwart UAE as well, right? Also keeping some pretty contentious numbers here, sitting on 53. And this is the kind of performance that we want to see, right? The team's really kind of just breaking out of the mold and saying, you know what? It's fine. Let us show you what we can bring to the table.
Yeah, and seeing that they're not even just letting them run away with it. I mean, GQ is probably running away with it right now. But, Brute Force showing up in that last game, putting themselves at just 11 points behind second place is just nice to see. And, 98 minutes, I said it, that bad game that they had was definitely what's pushing them to 4th position here. And, X Team also getting pushed down the board. And, man, I'm so happy to see what I'm seeing here from Middle East. Seeing some of the PMNC teams doing well, but still, they still have to put those performances up in play.
Yeah, and speaking about switching play, of course, now we're going to be switching into our overall standings as well. I mean, as you've said, right, Team GQ, a little bit of a runaway, but I'm not worried just yet because, again, it's only day one, right? We've got quite a few capable teams sat just behind them. So, the pressure's going to be on. We're going to be jumping into that day 2 to see whether or not Team GQ can maintain that consistency, or could they maybe get dethroned? Because, those are eventualities that we've seen all across the board. But definitely looking at that right side of the page, that is where I'm a little bit worried, right? Because we've got Mad Knight sitting there, we've got Honored Souls, we've got Legends of War, we've got Ocean on Fire. That's surely not where we are accustomed to seeing them, right? We want to see them move up, right? Get out of those single digits or being close to single digits, right? Make a big shake-up in the remaining 2 days in your remaining 8 games. So hopefully we could see exactly that come through from our teams here.
Yeah, and I'm still on the Africa versus Middle East, and I'm also still on the PMNC versus PMPL right now. We see 3 PMPL teams out there. In fact, the 3 PMPL teams coming through from the Middle East region are currently the top 3 on the leaderboard. Then we have that we have an African team from the PMNC following up quite closely. But yeah, it's nice to see, and I said this before this last game, that the PMNC teams are actually out here getting better and better, showing us that they're adapting to the game. And that is one thing that we just always love to see, because it's not just about the gun skills, right? There's a lot of mental activity that goes into playing PUBG Mobile at this level, which goes to show that these teams are already getting used to the style of play and they're able to now match it up. Brute Force was looking like that team that wasn't going to be able to show us this many eliminations. And now look, final game, here we are with elimination. You could see their elimination count build up. It went from game to game. I mean, in Miramar they got 6, and now this last game they got 15. Just love to see it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, confidence definitely starting to build, and that's what makes me so excited to see what is going to come through in our second day of action right here on the PUBG Mobile National Championship MEA Wildcard Edition. I mean, the teams, as you've said, right, we've seen our defenders from the PMPL doing an exceptional job. We've seen those teams come through from the semi-finals also working their way on in. But as we know, of course, tomorrow we are going to be going through the exact same thing once again. So let's take a look at what you could be expecting come tomorrow. Of course, it is going to be just a bit of a roadmap as to where the teams have been, where they're going. And of course, today being our very first day, we still have 2 more days to go, right? So that is going to be over on towards Friday and Saturday, the 16th and the 17th, respectively. But I'm expecting the level of play and the level of pressure to just increase the further we get through our days.
And I think this is where the PMNC teams will be kind of happy because, they've been used to playing only for 1 day. And then now knowing that they have 2 more days to play for, that is just nice to see. And, the battle for the $30,000 prize pool is still on. And man, look at what I was saying. Blackjack Esports, if that were to be the final leaderboards, they were on $4,000 before. And then boom, 1 game, you lost $1,000 as you're now down to 3rd place. Actually, maybe just in the Africa region, but generally on the overall leaderboard, it dropped further than that. So it's kind of sad to see, but at the same time, we love to see money. And so yeah, MVP is also up for grabs, and a couple of players standing out today, showing us they've got what it takes.
Yes, sir. But of course, that opens up the opportunities, right? I mean, yeah, like this works really well for my OCD, right? QC. GQ, right? I don't even know where I got QC from, but GQ picking up the very first and very last chicken dinner of the day here. So, yeah, mad respect going out to them. But of course, I mean, 90th minute, Smash Team and Stalwart UAE doing some phenomenal work out here as well. But that again, right, just emphasizes our point, right? Tomorrow is going to be that big day. Tomorrow is going to be the day in which we see what the teams are honestly capable of, right? I mean, anyone that felt like they were hiding something in the barrel or anything alongside those lines, tomorrow is going to be the day to let it all loose and just, rain down with some beautiful carnage. And of course, speaking about some great potential, we have to give a big shout out to our sponsor once again. So much love going out to Oppo with their amazing devices and amazing features, right? I mean, we've been talking about this a lot. You can bring in some pretty crazy performances through your Oppo devices. But I think on that note, we are going to be ending it here for today. So we want to give a big thank you to all our viewers that tuned in and joined us in all the excitement that these teams had to offer. We look forward to seeing you all back on the battlefield once again tomorrow. Same time, same place, with even more PUBG Mobile action. So be sure not to miss anything. See you all back later.
They wanna buy me, baby, I'm too pricey.